Уважаемые коллеги, доброе утро.
Good morning, dear colleagues. It's nice to see you all again. We are about to start our first session today. And today we have the pleasure of company of the most outstanding guest. Certainly, my best recommendations to his films. And there are very famous movies, life as something transmitted by sexual intercourse. I can easily recommend a couple of dozens of his film out of 70 that he filmed, but I wouldn't, and I would turn the floor to introduce the experts. First, Ina Berezkina will make her introduction, and then Marina Kvitkovskaya will do the same on her part. And I hope that those introductions will be brief enough so that our speaker would have enough time just in the presence of all the present, I would like to thank Krzysztof on behalf of Lena and the school. I'd like to thank Krzysztof, who came to Moscow for a very short stay. He came after midnight yesterday, and he will stay only one day with us, and I think it's an outstanding gift for us. I was only going to say that for us it's a great honor and great luck to have him here tonight, this morning. Because his films and documentaries Krzysztof shot lie in the same area, which is the focus of attention of our school. I understand that Krzysztof was educated as a physicist, but I think his love to the mankind made him a very good film director. But I think he will personally tell his story to us. The problems that he identifies in his films are eternal problems. Those are the philosophical questions of evil and virtue, of what is sin, what is conscience, and I think even one session is not enough to make an introduction of Krzysztof, but we will not take his precious time, and I would like to turn the floor to Martina. Very briefly, who is going to tell us again very briefly. And I would like to tell you that each time we have a workshop, we have a number of participants from Poland, and we have very tender relations with Poland. We have joint projects, and it's really very nice. Martina, the floor is yours, please. Good morning. I'm speaking not only on my behalf, I'm speaking on behalf of the Polish delegation. And today at breakfast, some of the Polish members had a chance to speak to Krzysztof. And when we sat together, we came to just one very short idea that we're all brought up with the films that were made by the gentleman who sits next to me, and I hope that we will have an opportunity to see those films, and hopefully both the school and Krzysztof will have another chance to meet. So when we see his films, you will be better prepared to ask him questions about his work. And on my part, I would like to add to this very remarkable session and introductions. On August 1st, on Friday, there will be an anniversary of a Polish rebellion. 70 years ago, there was a rebellion in Poland, and we should not forget about that. I think Poland was the only country in Europe where people paid such a dear price to rebel against Nazis. So in Poland, it's really an anniversary that is going to be marked quite broadly, and I think it's also a very important event for us. So I would like to thank Krzysztof for not only teaching us with his films, but for the fact that he found some time to come to us and speak before us during his very short stay in Moscow. And he promised that if we survive and work in the next year, he will also come to us to speak. Thank you very much for that invitation, for the very kind words. And I'm wearing a tie even now because tonight I'm going to be present at that celebration in Warsaw with the presence of the president and those war veterans who are still alive. In my family, there are two ladies, nurses, who 70 years ago saved the wounded during that rebellion. And I hope that my flight will not be delayed, and I will come to that celebration on time. So I decided to come to you and have some conversation. I thought that it would be an academic lecture because I had no idea about your format, your students. So, but with your permission, I would like to brief you on my ideas. It's not something arrogant, but I have a number of quotations, so it's easier for me. It will be easier for me to speak it in English. But in the second part of my presentation, I'll switch into Russian.
I will switch into English only for the first part of this session, because I've chosen a subject matter about common good. And common good is very widely discussed in Anglo-Saxon countries. But I think we need this notion because if we want to evaluate what happens in public life, if we want to evaluate politicians and say, is this politician good or bad, we have to make reference to public good. Because whoever acts in favor of public good should be applauded. Whoever action is not working to increase public good is somebody who should be condemned. What is public good has many definitions, and I've chosen Francis Hutcheson, who says, the greatest good for greatest number. What sounds quite nice, but has no reference to the other side, to the distribution of good and of bad. John Stuart Mills has another definition. Greatest happiness, as a principle, takes happiness and happiness as sums it over a social unit, complicated phrase, but it says that happiness is distributed largely, is a sign of public good. There is also in Catholic Church a very important statement from 1878 from the Pope Leo XIII, who wrote Encyclica Rerum Novarum, and he also defined public good. Conditions which allow people, either as groups or as individuals, to reach their fulfillment more fully and more easily is if some heads have to, that's easily, and that's the point. And then you may see that this definition of Leo XIII is uncomfortable to both sides of political scene, because the left side usually believes that if some heads have to roll to improve humanity's lot, so be it. A commitment to common good opposes that entirely. So either or. Each and every person has dignity, and that's what is the Christian belief. The good society is one which allows the thriving for all persons, especially the weak and vulnerable. And at the same time, concept of common good challenges the libertarian stream of conservatism as well. Individualists only want to see each individual life as they please, as individual lives as he pleases or as they please, as well as they don't obstruct the ability of other individuals to do the same. They don't think anything is common except whatever minimal infrastructure is needed to create equal opportunity. You know, common good is very vague and fine-sounding phrases. So it tends to be very fine-sounding and easily becomes a political parabolum to promote whatever policies the speaker wants to advance. And I will give you an example, which is a quote of somebody who maybe will become a future president of the United States, Ms. Hillary Clinton. Ms. Hillary Clinton in 2004, addressing a group of donors, said, "We're going to take things away from you on behalf of common good." To some ears, the common good echoes the communist demand that all lesser goods yield to the construction of the people's paradise. Let me quote you now something what we Poles are very proud of. At the year 2000, we gathered in Gdansk, the city where the World War II started, and the city where communism ended. And among us, there was a very distinguished Russian public activist, Mr. Kovalyov, and a couple of other foreigners. And we voted a charter of human duties and responsibilities, because we have already a charter of human rights. Chapter on responsibilities says about common good. Everybody should aspire to provide as many people as possible with the widest field of individual freedom and responsibilities. Well, I have these quotes, and now I have to ask myself, what is good for humanity today? The economists have always read the answer: growth. If economy growth, people are happy, and society is balanced. But look how short is the notion, how new is the notion of growth. There were many civilizations in the past, the Egyptian, Babylonian, Indian, Chinese, Maya, and they were all very stable. They were not really growing. 4,000 years, Egypt was more or less the same. It is only last 800 or 700 years that Europe moved people towards the growth, and this growth is beneficiary to all of us because we have all these incredible inventions like electric current, energy, and so on. Energy consumption, by the way, is one of the indexes of freedom. And as an ex-physicist myself, I like to point it out because politicians and sociologists are not so keen to talk about calories. Number of calories we have in our individual disposal is an index of our freedom. It means we're not hungry, we're not freezing, and we can move easily from one place to another. The amount of energy that each of us consumes daily is much bigger than the amount of energy that Roman emperor was having in his disposal. So we are lucky. We are better off than Roman emperor. Well, but we know that this is not a very objective and not the only index of freedom we should take into consideration. We're living in the world when consumption is growing with incredible acceleration, And I remember 25 years ago, I've turned 50. Now I'm 75. And some of my colleagues made an account, and they just told me, according to the statistics, how many tons of kerosene were burned because of my travels. It was at that time about 4 liters per 100 kilometers. Now it is a little bit less. And it was also put into account how many cows have been slaughtered to give me veal, because I like beefsteak. I feel guilty up to now, but I still travel and I still eat meat. But I think it is a little bit problematic. Well, if we talk about equal rights, which gives us a comfort that we're living in democratic society, we have to take into consideration something that my Chinese students brought me as a very attractive evidence. They said, if we have equal rights, we Chinese and we Indians, altogether almost 3 billion people, who have right to sit at the beach in summer. If you count amount of people and amount of beaches, they must be in 3 layers, because in 1 layer there is not enough place, and they're all from Northern Hemisphere. So we are a little bit in trouble. We have to choose between to have and to be, but we usually choose to have. While this is a real dilemma of humanity, how to be, because there is no chance that we all have. There are some goods that will not be multiplied ever. There is only one Mona Lisa. Now in summer, I live partly in Paris, so in summer you wait 4 to 5 hours to see Mona Lisa. In 10 years, you will wait a week when all Chinese and Indians will want to see Mona Lisa. In fact, there is in Louvre, I spoke to the manager of Louvre, there is another Mona Lisa which looks exactly the same. And there was a concept of show both of them, but they made an investigation and it was clear that people would like to see both, so they will queue twice. Well, we want to improve the quality of life, but we are now creating new elements. I have personal experience as an ex-physicist. This is my little privilege. I'm very much attached to physics, and this is one of the sayings I have coined, that my love to physics is still there, but physics never loved me. That's why I'm a filmmaker. But I was visiting, it was in Portland, Oregon, university, working with one of the Tokyo universities on robots and robotics. I was so impressed when I've seen that robots are prepared to replace humans, especially the servants. And there is a robot servant for old people. In fact, the engineers, most of them Japanese, they asked me to make a test, to sit in front of the robot and try to talk to the robot. It was 3-4 years ago. And I was trying to make a sabotage, so I sat in front of this robot with 2 eyes, which were 2 cameras, and I was silent. I didn't want to start the conversation. After a moment, as programmed, the robot used its strange synthesized voice and said, "Why are you so sad?" So I said, "Idiot, I'm not sad." Then the robot answered, "Why do you call me idiot?" So it was well programmed. But I asked, "Why do you do this experiment?" They say, "Well, we want to test your accent. Is a robot tolerant for your accent?" But they were working on my field. Could you believe me? That's why I quote it. They were working on analysis of human speech, because old people who will be served by the robot will be telling the same stories again and again. Robot has to analyze it and interrupt and say, "Oh, you said it to me day before yesterday. Could you work out about what this detail?" then the credibility of robot will increase and the price as well. Well, I won't skip Karl Popper, whom I wanted to say, to quote, he was so contrary to the ideologies, but he didn't notice that when there are no ideologies and no religion, there is a big vacuum in social life, and societies tend to degenerate. It is a big problem in my view, because people surrounded by unknown, uncertain, insecure are looking for many extreme choices which are very bad, or they fall to something what Daniel Bell called pop hedonism. And pop hedonism is one of the biggest dangers of our time. We have another side of the coin, which is, like carrot and stick. If we don't want carrot, there is a stick. We are endangered species. Humans may live on this planet or not. This planet existed without us and may exist without us. And we are not very close, but there is a perspective of the extinction of human beings. First, because of some calamity which is beyond our reach. Second, because of some calamity that may happen because of our activities, explosion, war. We changed conditions of our life, especially in the last 100 years. And the Darwin rules of natural selections do not apply to humans anymore. And we are in a very strange situation that we live in the world and we complain, and this world we created. It is our environment. It is not natural environment. If it was natural, we would have been sitting in the garden and there would be no microphone. But there would be no listener and no speaker. My students, I have to confess, in Moscow, made a terrible joke in one of my master classes. They took Novovo Ruskovo, I don't know how to translate it, New Russian, who was already drunk and very rich, and they helped him to get even more drunk, so he lost his consciousness, and they arranged for him a cage in your zoological garden. They put him there, and they put a little label that was ready, Homo sapiens, and how much he eats, how long he lives, where is he living, and so on. They put a camera in front. They waited some time. He woke up and was rather astonished why on the left-hand side there is a chimpanzee and on the right-hand side there's orangutan. So he had a very strange face and people were applauding. But I think it is a metaphor of something that may happen to us. Human being as such may become a extinguished species. Maybe Superman will be created very soon. Superman with some chips in his brain. So this is a danger. And as I am in the zoological garden, and I like zoological gardens even if I prefer natural safari, I've noticed that our days, in most zoological gardens, they don't feed carnivorous animals in a way which was traditional. Now, if there is a polar bear, which you know has this neurotic tendency to move from one side to another, they give the polar bear fish in the block of ice. And angry polar bear has to fight with ice, and after half an hour can eat the fish. And it's not neurotic anymore. Tiger is getting meat hanging on the tree and must jump many times and then catches meat. And it is healthy for the tiger in captivity. And what is healthy for humans? Would you find a politician or political party who will say, we will create obstacles for you so that you will not become obese? because obesity now becomes a huge problem because we live in the civilization of no refusal. Everybody wants to consume. Very few people of old culture have this habit of saying no and saying, I limit myself. So this is a problem, but no politician will ever like to make such a revolution. So we come back to the definition of common good. The greatest good for the greatest number. But again, we will have to say what is good for the individual and what kind of development, what kind of freedom we have to assure to every individual to make individual growth better. And I think we have to point out that economists limit themselves to material growth. And we have parallelly a spiritual growth. And I have no doubt that morally humanity now is far better than it used to be at the time when people were enjoying public executions, tortures, and all kinds of violence that was present in our life even 1 century ago. And today we say it is scandal. We don't want it. So there are some indicators of spiritual growth. If you may overcome your limitations, if the individual may be more generous, more magnanimous, it means it is a sign of spiritual growth. It is easier to talk about spiritual values by negation, because these spiritual values, they consist culture in general, wide sense, not artistic culture, which is only part of it, but general culture. And what is the opposition of culture? It is barbarous, bestial, animalesque, egoistic, selfish, brute, vulgar, villain. I didn't find more English words, but there are probably more. And I think if we talk about social programs, we should think always, do they favor spiritual growth or not? If they don't, then they are not good. We know that democracy constitutes, in our time, not that long time before, but in our time, it is one of these elements that contributes to the growth, both material and spiritual. Material, because the competitiveness is possible only when you have democratic freedom, when you have opposition, when people have right to criticize. And what I like to point out particularly much is such a banal thing like a tender. You have the same word in Russian. If you have fair tenders, you have fair competition. But if you have somebody who makes a call and the tender goes into hands of somebody who steals cement, you have permanent works on the roads and no highway is good. So democracy is a condition of material growth over a certain level. Remember, all these Asian tigers were starting with limited democracy or no democracy. Taiwan was under Chiang Kai-shek and a dictatorship. The same you can say about South Korea. But in a certain moment, for the future development, it was impossible to continue this way, and it changed. So let me, from the perspective of neighbor Poland, express some views, opinions on Russian history. You understand I am a dilettante, and I do it on my own risk, and maybe I'm wrong, but taken into consideration. We look on the reforms of Peter the Great. And he brought modernization in terms of technology. But he did not modernize Russian mentality. In opposite, he did things that nobody in Western Europe ever did at that time. He cut birds of the boyars. It was enormous inflection of human dignity. And if we ask why, after such a technological jump forward, Russia remained behind the most developed countries, it is assessed that 100 years ago, 1914, Russia was 50 years behind more developed countries. It is probably because some changes in mentality and in social life and in political life were not realized. And it is a question, how far behind high technologies is Russia now? For Western world, the Second World War was the time of total reorientation, and the notion of territory lost its importance and its absolute appeal. All European empires, Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, British, in great pains, they got rid of territories that were making them an empire. The most dramatic case was France, with Algiers, that homed more than 3 million people who were deeply rooted in Algiers and said, this is our land. And General de Gaulle tricked them and brought them to the south of France. Now, France is happy not to have Algiers. I think, and that's my personal view, that Russia was lucky when in 1999, Soviet Union was dissolved without a bloodshed. And I beg to differ with your current president, who said it was a bad event. I think it was beneficiary to Russia. And history will tell, and our descendants will know, who is right and who is wrong. But this is my humble opinion of an artist. And my target is, of course, human development in 21st century, how to increase the common good, that more people can be part of higher culture, not only material but spiritual. And all political actions that are constructive to spiritual, to contribute to the spiritual growth of an individual and of a society, I think they should be supported, and I will welcome them. So let me read it to the end, to the close, another paragraph from the chapter from Gdansk, because I think it was a nice chapter and it was not very widely publicized. Everyone should, my handwriting is not, should contribute, should try to provide as many people as possible with the widest field of individual freedoms and responsibilities. Indifference to any harm which is done in the presence of our mind is remissness which infringes the obligation of solidarity. As human beings, we are obliged to solidarity. And the last beautiful chapter, scientists, educators, and artists are especially responsible for the presence of truth, goodness, and beauty in public life. And as beauty, I don't mean a kitschy, sweet pop. Beauty is a category that applies to human choices. And magnanimous acts are beautiful, and more people act this way, more beautiful the society is. И это все, что я вам приготовил.
This is indeed what I had in stock for you. I can now pass on to Russian and remind you, and this is something that comes from my personal experience. Do you know how my generation, and I am probably one of the oldest in this hall, what we have lived through, the three words of Aristotle, kindness, truth, and beauty. With the truth, my generation has had great problems for the past 70 plus years, because already in the war times, truth, but don't say the truth, don't tell the truth when the German officer knocks at your door. Is there anybody there? No, you should speak like a boy. And the kind boy would lie, and the good boy would tell the truth. Oh, and the bad boy would not tell. And then Immanuel Kant came from your city and spoke about the categorical imperative, that you must not lie. And this is what I heard in school. And when I went to school, my father called me and had a very father and son talk with me. He said to me, the teacher of mathematics, physics and chemistry will tell the truth, and you have to listen, and you have to learn. And what you will be told at the lectures of history, literature, geography, tell us, and remember that they lie. And you come to me, and so we will tell you the truth. On my father's side, my family is Italian, and my forefathers were architects and builders, and I was myself to become an architect. But my father, when he showed me these socialist constructions, for instance, the Palace of Culture and Science in Warsaw, the great gift of Stalin, he once told me, and even one day a policeman came and started to eavesdrop. He said to me, you have to be a dark man to build such a building. These architects are cretins because they're insensitive. This is not art, this is ideology in architecture. And I understood that I will go for the polytechnical school and then build such houses and then mock myself in the evenings. And I understood that I would not sustain this. And so then I decided to go to the physics department. But sometimes not telling the truth is also a lie, but a necessity. Not because a person was a coward, but because this was indeed for the salvation of the uttermost good. But the problem is that we never know if this good is an illusion or what we should really be standing for. Our contacts with the government were very difficult, but of course it is a major difference that the communist ideology came to Poland on the tanks, and it was always regarded as foreign. And already in the 1980s, in a decent house, people with a party ticket were not received. The more so that our actors were divided, and the party members with non-party members did not want to co-play at the theaters and in the schools. And do you know? And if people thought, or the actors thought, that the public likes them, the liking of the public is everything to an actor, just like a politician. And if they feel the government gives them what they want, the cars, apartments, houses, but there's no, but they cannot give them the love of the public, and so nobody wanted to get any privileges or material gains from the government. This is, I'm talking about Poland in the 1980s, and then everything collapsed. But maybe we should tell you that in the 1980s, we were getting prepared, even though we did not have much hope. We were getting prepared to sit by the table. There were such seminars, and even then we were thinking about the hypothetical situation when we could influence the government. And some of these laws were even prepared as draft laws even before the fall of communism in Poland. And these laws were enacted, and this was our joy, and this was our happiness, because the democratic politicians, once they came to power, would not have wanted to enact these laws, such as the law on self-government, which is, I think, very successful in Poland, because the government is accountable to the locals. If I have a problem in a village where I live, I don't have to call the ministry. If I call my village elder and tell him that I have a problem on my road, he will tell me that this would be dealt with. This is an achievement. Many things were unsuccessful. They failed. Of course, Poland is far from being a paradise, and we're a divided country. And politically and spiritually speaking, the situation in Poland is very, very worrisome and makes one anxious. But some of the successes includes that what we did in 1989 led a profound change in the government, and the people who had been underground came to the government to replace those civil servants who had lived and worked there for 40 years. And because they were, and they did not have the power and the force to make their cause. And once he or she can prove his or her point. We have some more time, and I will be glad to answer some questions, but of course the artists who are used to press conferences are ready to answer any questions, even about which they have no idea. But the artists should not be trusted too much compared to the academics. So we're quite free in our dialogue. I'm ready to take up your questions. Thank you. Inna Biryovskina will start with this discussion. Thank you. Andrei Alexandrovich afforded me the luxury of the first question. Well, first of all, I think that we shall all leave this hall enamored, and we'll wait for the next meeting. Lena, who is here, is getting the highest Polish order, and this will be the second highest Polish order in her life and in our life at the school. You have said very important things about the public good, the values, and we are used to think that we share the European values. And recently we were told that Russia is not Europe, and we were at a loss. Because geographically, we would probably not argue. Maybe we're not quite Europe, but what about values? I know that you've thought about this. What is it? Are there some Russian values, European values, or the values that we're talking about are universalist, and we must never try to differentiate them? Well, I have no any doubt that all values are universal, except that they are expressed differently in different societies. And they may have a different cut-in. When we speak about democracy, it may have a different connotation in Singapore or in Tokyo than in the United States. And the European democracies are also different between each other. The democracy in Norway is not quite like democracy in Hungary. So this is quite natural that it is how we use these values. But the ideas themselves are not quite the same. And if Japan had accepted the path of development that led to its prosperity, the Meiji reform of 1860s, and they led to the social and civilization reforms. And so the technologies was put at such a high level, and the social tensions are not particularly strong. So they found a path or an exit for the creative energy. And so every country must find its path, which would not be identical. Even though the Japanese indeed copied so many German laws and the Prussian laws, however, they were stylized or styled in the Japanese way. I myself participated in such discussions, and I remember a talk with one of your MPs that Russia does not need Europe, that a Euro-Asiatic Union will be created. But then I asked myself, what is European unity? What is European Union? That we understand because from the Middle Ages we were dreaming for the Christianitas, whereby all Christian countries would not fight, and that we will in some ways be united by the same ideals. The sinful men continued to kill each other. The Crusaders killed the Byzantine monks, but we kept our ideal, and this today, the European Union is based on these values, which grew out of Judeo-Christianity, went through the Age of Enlightenment, and all human rights, the rights of an individual, were grown and grew out of this one tradition. But if we create a Euro-Asiatic unity with Islamic and Buddhist countries, what would this unity or this universum based on? And I think that it is the memory of the Soviet Union. I was not particularly happy by this answer of the Russian MP. Denis Grekov from the Altai region. Thank you ever so much. We are often here to discuss the same questions, and we derive from political and pragmatic considerations as well as theories. We are very much thankful for introducing the concept of aesthetics into our deliberation. And I found myself thinking that this should be the major category of evaluation. When you spoke with your father about architecture, seemed to me very familiar, because the true things are always beautiful. It is true. And I would very much want to hear a somewhat more extended theory about the connection between these points. Well, it is hard for me to talk about this, because we are all dominated by the words of Fyodor Dostoevsky, whereby beauty would save the world, but I take the concept of beauty into the field of aesthetics. If we forget about this, then we forget about beauty. But beauty, truth, and kindness and the good are perceived in pretty much in the same way in the Far East or in Europe. And I remember the words of the Polish poet. I'm not sure how well known he is here, Zbigniew Herbert. He's dead now, but in communist years, he was a dissident, of course, and in one of his poems, he wrote a line that was later often quoted by Iosif Brodsky. The question of taste. The communism corrupted us, but the offer was not tasty. The houses were terrible. The food was substandard, and the temptation was not efficient in any way. So it's a matter of taste. But the Zhiguli is not a Mercedes. Yes, indeed. You shouldn't sell yourself for a Zhiguli. Ms. Rukavishnikova, our alumnus, is here, and I'm so glad that she is here. But she is a veteran of the school, even though she is, of course, so very young. She is the alumnus of 2007. Thank you for your precious Russian language. Sometimes it is joked that in the place that culture is between sports and news, but there's a grain of truth in this. Could you comment on such concepts of collective memory or historical memory, especially the historical memory and the responsibility for the actions of the state and our responsibility for for things done by others or the acts of others. There is a very important point about the upbringing and education. You should always talk to a child and tell him that you must be ashamed of what you've done, but you must not be ashamed of what you have not done. If you have, if you're louche, if you're, I'm sorry, if you have a big nose, you are not in any way you are not in any way to blame. We should not say that we are to blame, but we have to make our judgment and tell them that we are to blame. Thomas Mann emigrated when he understood that the majority of Germans are against his ideas, and this was an act of honor. But the Germans did blame, did castigate those who were guilty. Even though some of the we must take to court, to the court of memory, those who were the perpetrators of the heinous crimes. And unless we make this moral recognition, we will not move forward. As a Pole, I'm very proud of the fact that over the past 25 years, we always thought ourselves to be angels. The Polish have that. But over the past 25 years, we have indeed come to recognizing among the intelligentsia that we were guilty with respect to the Jews, that we were to blame, that we have recognized the same with respect to the Ukrainians, that we were dishonest, and especially in the 1920s and the 1930s, we repressed them, and then they took their revenge, but they have to repent for their sins, and we have to repent for our sins. We don't have to repent for other sins, but we have to remember our own. Repentance is the word. It is the clue. This is the only way out. We recognize the results of the war, and there is no proportion. We should not be talking, but we also recognize that we had crimes perpetrated by our own, that we did not enter Germany as angels. But once we recognize this is a matter of confession for a Christian man, and this is a matter of what you have to come to terms with. It is not my personal fault, but if I recognize this guilt, I feel myself to be free.
Nina, you are welcome. I was waiting for you to tell us something. Thanks, Nina Kulikova from Komi. Mr. Zanus, I thank you very much for the chance to talk to you. I thank you again, because quite recently you visited us. It was in this spring, in March. There were 2 wonderful days. Getting back to the topic of common welfare, what is your attitude towards pitching, which is organized by the Ministry of Culture of the Russian Federation, and when movies are selected on the basis of the historic truth, for instance, Mindadze film was not supported initially. Script by Todorovsky, meeting at Elba, was not supported. How can you comment on this methodology, and is there anything like that in Poland? I would want to say that there is nothing of the kind, but it happens. I once was the victim of the same thing. My enemies were feminists. They blocked one of my scripts because they said that my heroine was to be positive because they loved such faces. I was fighting for a year, and then I received the public funds. I'm not a victim, as a matter of fact. But it's public money. How to distribute this money, it's very difficult. I know different systems. We were looking for the system to be introduced in Poland, not to be political. And I think we found this kind of system. The money which we get for filmmaking, it's not our parliament provides us with this money. This goes automatically, and that's good. So a certain sovereignty is there, but of course it may be done better. And I understand your question only too well. As a foreigner, I am not to interfere with such issues, but if the Russian culture suffers and films would be of propaganda nature again, then you will lose time, you will lose money, and you will be ashamed because the solutions were wrong. I would like to give the floor to Stanislav Karyakin, who is another of our graduates. We are very pleased that people who actually said goodbye to our school still continue to come here. And this relates to all of you, by the way. You at this seminar are to become graduates, but the doors will be open for you. Thank you for the chance to ask a question. Krzysztof, listening to you, what you said about values, responsibilities, people who worked underground and prepared certain drafts, I recalled my reminiscences about values of what came to you easily or what came to you in struggle. In the past, to become a subject in a tribe, there was an initiation. Someone had to go to the forest. There were some magic things to be taken. Now you move from one state to another. When you grow up, you become a citizen. You just get a passport. There is no initiation. Probably that's why the civil values are not taken quite seriously. This is my hypothesis. And you talked about people who prepared drafts and underground. They were very responsible for their freedoms, for their possibilities. And bureaucrats were removed gradually. How critical is the absence of this kind of tests when you move, when you get civil or rights of a citizen? How strongly it influences our society? I mean, the absence of such tests. For a citizen, whether such tests will develop his civil responsibility. Well, it's hard for me to forecast. I see that all values which were people striving for in struggle, for which they suffered, then they experienced them profoundly. But if it is a gift, if your freedom is a gift, people don't value it. Presently in America, there are quite exotic voices, but these people say, how come that people vote without knowing the programs of the party, or of any party? There should be a test before you enter the election poll, election commission. You should show in your test that you know what you vote for. If you don't know, go and learn. It was not yet done, but this idea is in the air. There is a danger that people in free countries vote without any pressure, and they just, entertain themselves. They take exotic figures. For instance, in Italy, a famous porno actress was elected a deputy to the parliament. This was a shame for all the parliament. But that was the desire of people who were not happy about the Italian parliament, and I understand them. But the expression of this dissatisfaction, well, I didn't like it at all. The girl's name was Cicciolina. And she was in the parliament for a long time, and she was quite an intelligent person, as a matter of fact, but probably not for this job. This is a dynamic process. There is no easy solution. If you reach something, if you achieve something, then you may expect them to protect it later. If the system has been crushed, in the process which involved millions. In solidarity, there were 11 million people once. So that was a broad movement. So this freedom was not given to us by the act of God. And that is why people want changes. But how to provoke it, how to make it, well, I'm not a political scientist and I cannot give you a hint. Thank you, Artyom Filatov, St. Petersburg. Thank you very much for your coming here presently at this complicated period, and that's what my question is about. The recent news about Poland suspending cultural relationships with Russia. The same is done now by other European countries. How, what do you think? Is this possible to do it? Even if, there is a Crimea, there is a war in the Ukraine, but should it touch upon the cultural issues, upon the sphere of culture, or culture is a free space, it should stay aside as a space for mutual values, which you mentioned, not inside one country, but at the European space. Thank you. I explained this position in Poland, and I was in the minority because I was against it. I was against this. But I have a certain respect and certain trust to my governments, because it was elected democratically, and for hygienic purposes, I think that people at power, at the wheel, should not be considered irresponsible or careless. They had certain arguments, I think. And this solution in Poland was taken for internal reasons. Because in a year we have elections, and it is easy to blow an anti-Russian hysteria. But I disagree with this, because internal policy should not influence the foreign policy. This is dangerous for any country. And you know that in reference to the war in Afghanistan, any serious country should not behave like this. But I said that this is not a good solution. But, well, I also said that the history will tell. This is just about the official year of Poland in Russia and year of Russia in Poland. As to individual exchange, it was not stopped at all and it was not suspended. Here I am in front of you and nobody took my passport. We may continue with our contacts. I am going to continue them personally, because this is a task of people of culture to continue dialogue, even if we may be in disagreeable with majority. Daniel Albrychsky took another solution, our actor. He said that that a number of theater directors and Russian people of culture who supported the policy of the government, this is the reason why he does not want to come here. But I think that knowing traditions, I suspect that the majority of those who signed something on paper, in reality, they have their doubts. I'm sure of that. Question from Georgia, Vakhtang. I'm Vakhtang Zodzonava from Georgia. Maestro, it's a great honor to be with you now. In the end of your presentation, you said that when you recognized your mistakes, you became free. Several days ago, we talked to a wonderful person, Irina Yasina. She was also saying about the repentance, and I remember two cases. First, there was a Georgian movie that's called Repentance, by Tengiz Abuladze. And another case is about Mirab Mardashvili, who is a great Georgian philosopher. He said that for me, truth is dearer than my motherland. And his words were misinterpreted. I think he moved in front of his society for several decades. So what do you think? What about the post-Soviet society? Can it reach the repentance in our mistakes? And if it is possible, so how can we foster it? How can we speed it up? Well, I'm further away from your society than you in Georgia. Of course, you know better than me what is the chance. But I have been surprised all along that the territory of the former Soviet Union, there are Lenin's monuments. They are still there, not in Georgia. But Stalin was or is there for different reasons, of course. This is the problem of how we judge history. If these monuments are good, they may be placed into museums, but if they stand on the streets, that really means that someone who made great harm to Russia, he was considered to be a hero. What does it really mean for young people? This is an open question. Of course, you have to say what was good and what was bad in history, and what would Russia be had it developed as a normal society with free markets and a certain level of democracy without the First World War, or after the First World War. There was a republic here. You see decisions on your squares while Lenin is there. See, Ukrainians during Maidan, the first thing they did was throw away Lenin's monument. That was pretty symbolic. Maybe this monument was good as a piece of art. Then it should be placed into the museum, but not on the street. Thank you very much, Yulia Krivonos of St. Petersburg. Quite recently, you quoted Toynbee and said that if elites imitate what was taken in mass, it will not be a development, it will be disintegration. You may develop only when masses follow elites. What about the political sphere of the civil society? Is that true as well? Do we need grassroots processes when something grows from the bottom and then it moves up to elites? Is it not possible? As far as I know the history, I'm not a professional historian, but still all chief movements are based on a certain public situation, but they developed mostly due to elites. French Revolution was made by a small group of people. British Revolution by Cromwell was quite similar in this regard. All the great changes always found people who, on the basis of what happened in masses, formulated goals and took the stand of leaders. Well, grassroots, that's just the beginning. But later you should somehow form it, mold it, formulate, pass it through, and for this you need elites. Thank you, Timur Uzhakov from Ingushetia. I am pleased to hear you, a nice, charismatic person, intelligent person, and it's a great pleasure just to listen to you. I am fully agree with everything you say, and the spiritual growth should not be left behind technological growth. It causes mistakes, problems, and tragedies. You also said that disintegration of the Soviet Union was good for our country. Well, I agree with you in part, probably, because ideologically the Soviet Union was a distorted authoritarian structure, but it was a big territory, and disintegration was a great tragedy for many people. In this connection, my question, I apologize if you find it provocative. What is the boon for the Russia in future? What is good for Russia in future? I think there are human general values and there are rules of the game which cover all countries. I would like to see Russia following my definition, which I mentioned to you. To have as many individuals capable for development. People should not live in poverty, in fear, and in passivity. That's my hope. And in the long run, Russia should become a country of innovations, and modern notions should play a stronger role, because area of influence is 19th century. And I say Nokia, did it increase the sphere of influence of Finnish people? It's their achievement. Nokia is Finnish achievement. Why there is no such of something like that in Russia? You have only raw materials which you sell. Something is wrong. And that's the chief element of development, free development of individuals. It's innovative approach, it's bravery to do something new in a different way comparing with others. And such people should be given support, and then they will prevail. And that's what I hope for in Russia. Alexandra from Ukraine. Good day, Alexandra Zarkina from the Ukraine. A question about values and European project. You mentioned Europe, which is built on Christian values, but now Europe integrates other values and other civilizations. So what about the concept of big Europe till the Pacific as a civil project? These are political utopia, and it's hard to say what will happen in future. But globalized world, seems to make us understand that we are interdependent, and this interdependency grows up quickly, and our world is full of information, and everything concerns everybody. This never happened in the past. So we'll see how Europe will formulate its identity in the future. I see many elements where we are in a real fix. You can't integrate everything to everything because you lose identity. And Europe has values which are not close to everybody's heart. Many people disagree with European values, and Europe doesn't know what to do. America seems to somehow achieve better result. There is a certain American truth. If you want to become an American, you should take an oath that you would follow these values. So in the new world, this task was solved better. In old Europe, it's different. And so far, we haven't found the way out, but we will, I hope. Blashenko Genich, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Initially, you mentioned that we live in a society of abundance, We have a lot of everything. We spend lots of oil. We consume lots of meat. The human hedonism, I mean, the fact that we consume things, is it our own choice? Meaning people need it. For instance, I have an expensive dress which I put on only once in my life. This is just an example. So do people really need this, I mean, consumption, or this depends on the system? Because the system makes us for this consumerism. This is your free choice. What you think about freedom? If you are free in your life, and if you are totally dependent on circumstances, conditions, your parents, school, and everything else, this is the question of outlook. It has nothing to do with the world. It has a lot with you personally, how you see it, and where you stress your accents. For human development, it would have been better to set stress on freedom, not on conditions. Marxists from Hegel say that a human being is a product of conditions, and it was not a dynamic concept. It blocked the normal development. There is another concept that we are responsible for each other entirely. And this is rather more dynamic. But of course, we depend on genetics, on society, on economy. But first of all, we have our own space for freedom. And you have to make your choice, freedom or dependency. I think it's better to think of what I can do and not about my limitations. But, well, both things are true. Yuri Lobunov from Bryansk. I am a former physicist, and you are a former physicist. My question is about public boon and public happiness. You said that people want to consume goods of material and spiritual achievements. And if we take physics, at each period of time, a cultural boon, a material boon, the culture itself, was developed and consumed. But presently, we see material culture around us. So we produced more than we consumed. And my hypothesis, probably humans are more to make than to consume, because people, they do something. And when people now try to consume and to be happy in this consumption, everything depends on consumption. In the past, people wrote lyrics. Now they buy good telephones and nice dresses. So maybe this is a mistake of the consumption society, because we left the human nature. Because to be happy, probably we should not just consume, but create. I am entirely in agreement with you, not only because I'm an opportunist and here applaud. I would add you mentioned the human nature. People don't talk about it now. There is a certain mystery here. We see our nature under new conditions. It should be probably redefined. I told you about animals in the zoo, and that's the example of this kind of doubt. What is good for us and what is bad for us? As to consumption, my answer would be very simple. the culture is something that was given to me by my parents and my grandparents, and that protects me. I was told that in poor country, it's no good to use a rich car. It's scandalous. You are surrounded by poor people, and you ride a rich car. My uncle was a rich man. He was a doctor, but he didn't want to show his richness because it was bad taste. In our cultural circles, it was considered to be wrong. So only new rich people buy expensive stuff. But as a matter of fact, second-hand goods, this is a second-hand, by the way, I promise you. I have relatives in Italy. Pretty often I participate in fashion défilé in Milan. And I say, in half a year, I will find it in the second-hand shop. Yeah, I think everything will be fine with the consumption, I think, because three Russian banks where we hold our salary cards, majority, so Rospotrebnadzor hit McDonald's a couple of days ago, so probably will consume less meat. So I think it will be regulated soon. But seriously speaking, I think that today it's a wonderful day, the way it has just begun. And this, of course, we have to praise ourselves to be honored by such a guest like Mr. Zanussi. This is a great luck for all of us. And I truly hope that it's just the beginning of our talk today, because in the evening we will not be able to discuss one of the recent movies of Mr. Zanussi, but hopefully we'll do it next time. Yeah, I promise to bring it in a pocket. And as to quality and level of the discussion, I will not tell you anything about, because it's obvious. Colleagues, go to the movies while you are hot. Go and see Mr. Zanussi's movies. Please applaud. Half an hour.
Коллеги, сейчас идет настройка презентации. Мы будем...
Dear colleagues, we're just about to set up the presentation and we're about to begin when things are set up.
Я думаю, что...
Дорогие участники,
Dear participants, I invite you all to take a close look at Ina certainly and Mikhail Alexandrovich Fedotov too, who first I would say that he's my friend, he's been a friend of mine and of the school, and then you know what highest position he's taking. I suppose it's the highest ranking person among the school's friends whom we can meet here, and he agreed to travel here, and even after the fact, though a week ago, as it was announced in the press, he met with President of the Russian Federation, as it was announced in the press. And I think that this plays a huge importance, this attitude towards us. In point of fact, I want to tell you things which are very far away from this. To make him take up this position, well, it has to be a professional person, a very courageous man, because as we have heard during this seminar, and we understand it from the practice, civil life and opening opportunities of civil life. And in the long run, it would be impossible to abolish civil life in a modern state. It meets with resistance not only from the government, it also meets resistance in the understanding of the society per se. In point of fact, we are existing in a certain sort of gap when, say, the tax authority come with inspection, and if they cannot find anything wrong, they would have another inspection, and you can see that they do not understand why we are needed if we're not a state. We do not belong to the state. And if the audit is there, and the money is there, and things have been properly spent, the funds, but if you're so good, why do you not belong to the state? And this, in point of fact, is serious, because this is the level of existence of the society. In the same way, the people from the prosecutor's office, they want to announce us foreign agents, and we say no, we would not agree with that because we are not about that. And they just do not understand it, not only in their official capacity, but in their sort of personal capacity. Then why are you needed? Why does this? What is the point of the school? And I think that the school is needed to develop this civic, modern activity, which works in a country and works in dialogue with the state, and works exactly in those areas where the state doesn't do anything. And this is not only the problem of the government, this is the problem of the society per se. And I'm confident that, God forbid, if right now society is, say, somebody should ask them, who are we, what do we do, the school, the society would condemn what we do, because not even knowing and not knowing, understanding what we do. So from this historic perspective, we see several people who, because of their personal understanding, they want to build these bridges that would close those gaps, that would ensure understanding. And at this point, indeed, personality matters. It does. It matters historically, because this position that Mikhail Alexandrovich is not taking, it has already been introduced, but it will depend strongly upon who takes this position. Is it a person who is convinced that we should see civil society and civil life developing in the country? Or will this position be taken by somebody who will turn it into a purely formal legal position? This is where I want to say and express my gratitude to Mikhail Alexandrovich. On top of that, he was the sponsor and the author of the best law ever to be adopted back in the 1990s, the law on information, which had been in use at that time by journalism and by mass media. And at that time, many people thought that we were given a chance and we shall overcome it all very fast. But Mikhail Alexandrovich, for that matter, with his colleagues, enshrined this chance in law. I don't know how many times attempts have been made to curtail this law. Oh, there's really too many, but because he was so good, because we have an excellent lawyer for us. And I say, he wants to draft a presentation. I say, we don't need your presentation, indeed, because he thinks that law is poetry. But we don't think law is poetry, and for this reason, I think that as a true lawyer, he believes this, and I very strongly urge him, and Inna very strongly urges him to speak here in his personal capacity as Mikhail Alexandrovich Fedotov, a person who suffers, who worries about something, who feels something, who is educated. Well, I've put it all out loud. Everybody has heard it. You can't go back on it. Thank you. Now this is for you. Indeed, this agenda gives the right post that I hold. Could you please sit closer to the mic because we cannot hear you? Yes, thank you. I'm indeed the head of the chairman of the council under the president of the Russian Federation to promote civil society and human rights, and at the same time the secretary of the Union of Journalism in this country. I should say that our council last year was 20 years old. It all started back as the commission under the president of the Russian Federation on human rights, and as it was set up due to presidential decree 1400. Probably people my age recall that, but to young people, I would rephrase this question. Probably you may have heard about it. At school they told you there was Presidential Decree 1400, that when they dispersed the Congress of People's Deputies, the Supreme Soviet, there were tragic events from this, 3rd and 4th of October 1993, when in the morning they shelled the White House, not in Moscow, but not in Washington, it was in Moscow. The White House is the seat of the Russian government, and at that time it was the seat of the Supreme Soviet, like Russian parliament at the time. And this is when we set up this commission, and the idea evolved just... They set up when they published this decree 1400, and this great people were locked up in this White House. This is when they set up an operative group, an operative headquarters that sat in the Kremlin, in the Security Council room. I remember it. We met every day, and we came up with suggestions for the president, what needed to be done. I was lucky that I kept it in my personal archive, the minutes of those meetings. Quite amazing documents, should they ever be published. That will be very interesting. So, something gave me a hint that I will find the origins of this. Something told me that we seem to have spoken about it. And indeed, I discovered those documents, and they are. This is when we mention it. It was mentioned under a different name at that time, but this is what it sounded like: to invite deputies to become part of the Commission on Human Rights, including, amongst other things, to control the elections. At the time, if you remember, this presidential decree 1400. It implied a referendum on the constitution and election of the First Duma. At that time, and this is where I found that mentioned, and somebody put in writing the name Kovalyov. And Kovalyov, Sergei Adamovich Kovalyov, is a well-known human rights activist, dissident, Soviet times. He was elected first chairman of the commission, so you may understand that on this post you have to be worthy of such predecessors. Kovalyov was replaced by Vladimir Alexeyevich Kartashkin, a well-known professor of the international law. The commission at the time changed dramatically. Representatives of government of offices and agencies became members of the commission. In 2002, Ella Alexandrovna Pamfilova replaced Kartashkin. Nowadays, she is the ombudsman on human rights in Russia. And it is due to Ella Alexandrovna, we should thank Ella Alexandrovna, for transforming this commission into a council. And that council fully got completely free of the representatives of the government offices. It is now staffed by only members of the public. This happened in 2004. In 2010, Ella Alexandrovna resigned, and her heavy burden, sort of, was given to me. To be honest, I tried to refuse this post, although it looks very much like the Inspector General by Gogol. And at meetings with Medvedev, and Medvedev, the then president, he said, "I will find it easier to find common language with you. We are both lawyers, so we will surely understand each other better." Because I suggested somebody else as a candidate, somebody who was well respected in that council, well appreciated and loved. And it was our general choice, collegiate choice. We all wanted to see him as chair. But the president decided otherwise. So why am I saying this? What kind of organization we are in? At that, when in 2011 election was held, in 2012, President Putin assumed the post of the president, so some people decided to withdraw from the council. There were 13. At the time, we were 40. And out of these 40, 13 quit for a number of reasons. There were political reasons, there were reasons related to a large number of business trips. People really felt they burnt out. Some people had fallen ill. One of the members of the council said, I am leaving this council because this council doesn't do anything, to which I had no other comment rather than this. I told him, well, look, I know that those people who don't do anything in this council, they think that the council doesn't do anything. But those who work with it, they say, oh, the council is doing so much. For that matter, I brought you 2 copies of the brochure that I yesterday gave to the president. I certainly leave them here. Unfortunately, I have only 2 copies. So this is where they tell you about the work of what this council did from 7th of May 2020 to 7th of May 2014. And this is not a report. This is like on-board log, I would put it this way. It just tells you about what the council did during this time, in these 2 years. Certainly we have a very important mission, but when back in 2012, 13 people withdrew. And Medvedev urged them not to leave. They said, we need this council exactly with those members who worked at the time, because we had excellent people who worked there, excellent, really. And nobody wanted to replace anybody or to... But since 13 people left, we had to carry out rotation. And this is where idea arose that we should do it all openly, on the competitive basis, so that we should use internet technology. Nowadays, even the law about basics of social control, it's now part and parcel of it. And this bylaw on internet voting, and even the public chamber already in part was elected in part through internet technologies. But for the first time, it was tested in our council, this internet online voting. Probably this is right, because you must first try it on the grandfathers, we say, but then you should eat it on your own. So this is a Russian joke. So I should say that if we say just simply follow the path to do what we were told, nothing good would have come out of it. What we did make sure that there should be some point about this, because they told us there should be free elections online. Let people propose candidates online and let them vote for them. And we in the council realized that at that time, rating number 1 would be held by Alla Borisovna Pugacheva, then Malachov. Rating number 3 in some kind of football player, and so on. And so what? What do we do about those people who are really very popular? But we don't need to sing. We don't have to have a talk show and run about the soccer field. We are doing something very different. We are, first of all, experts and consultants. We should provide recommendations and advice what needs to be done under a certain situation. And this is when we invented this step. We split these 13 vacancies for 13 nominations, and then said, look, say Svetlana Alexeyevna Ganushkina withdrew from our council. I suppose she was the biggest expert on the problems of migration. She is in charge of the organization for the law and the respective foundation. And this is when we said, okay, since Ganushkina left, we want somebody to replace her, an expert on migration. So instead of, say, I don't know, for example, Fyodor Lukyanov, who dealt with international problems, we need an expert in international problems, international advocacy for human rights. So this is how we sort of created a profile for each vacancy. And then we said you can propose candidates, not only just anybody can do it, no. Only NGOs and ombudsmen and NGOs that have certain experience and have been around for at least 5 years, otherwise would have been overwhelmed by a number of these newly set up organizations just especially created for this purpose, and who have experience in human rights activism in this particular area. For this reason, we set up a commission in this council who would do a background check on every application we received, and as a result, we got about over 100 candidates who sought membership, and about 100 were, after background check, were put up for election online voting. And then, after further consultations, we got absolutely natural result. For example, Nikolai Svanidze and Leonid Parfenov, they got many votes in favor. That is clear for obvious reason, because everybody knows, the public are aware of them. Yana Lantrapova received many votes. It was clear because the Young Guard and the United Russia, Nasha and others, all youth organizations had voted for her. It's something we understand why people voted this way, but among there were people who I don't even know how all of a sudden they got a huge number of votes, and but they did get them. People did vote for them. How could this be done? Because of a certain internet technologies. Because when we said, look, let's all of us vote for the verification system that would verify those who vote, they told us, oh, there's no need for that. It's too long, it's too difficult. So as we had this done in the simple manner, then we got what we got. With some rigging. And then we presented these lists to the president, where we had 3 top candidates who received most votes. And the council had our own preference, sort of, whom we would want to see among those 3. Say, in this nomination, we would like to see candidate A, and this, in another nomination, we would like to support candidate B. And then Putin did something unexpected. He said, let's enroll all the 3. So instead of 13, we got 39. Actually, we then, on top of that, got person number 40. Nowadays, the council has 61 members. But it does not at all mean that the council turned into some kind of decorative structure who sit once a year.
And for you to understand, in July, which has not finished yet, the council held 4 sessions. And it's without the work of the working group and commissions. According to our charter, we are supposed to hold just a single meeting in 2 months. We are holding 4 sessions in 1 month. So it means that we do 8 times more of work than we are supposed to. Again, and for your understanding the scope of our topics, each session is prepared by a standing commission as well as the draft resolution. So after the meeting, we are supposed to vote for the resolution to be forwarded to the president. And before the president, they go to various agencies and ministries who study those resolutions and voice their opinions. So that means that there is some programs that, but still the steam engines efficiency factor is our objective and target, which we has not reached yet. But to a certain extent, we have succeeded, and the law on the foundations of social and public control is our product, and amendments to the procedural code relating to the arrest as a measure of detention. We wrote that amendment that it cannot apply to entrepreneurs, and that's also our product. And last year's amnesty was also orchestrated by us, so our steam engine is moving. That's the main outcome. So it allows us to make progress and to develop democracy and civil society in the country slowly, with great effort, but still. So there was just a topic on forest and peat fires. The meeting was prepared by the Commission on Environment. The other topic was the prevention of home violence and family violence. We understand that's the roots of violence, and we heard terrible reports from the law enforcement agencies. Because it so happens that most crime to underage, to minors, are committed in the families, and it's also about crimes against women. So if we manage to reduce the rate of family violence, we would be able to change the situation in our society, and that's the task of the great scope for us. But we are to be careful in our approaches. Our legislators do not always understand that, so they pass and approve laws, draft laws in a hurry, so they are not accurate, and the inaccurate laws are mass destruction weapons, while accurate laws is high precision weapons, which hit the target, while inaccurate laws, they just destroy the environment, no matter if the environment is to blame or not. And unfortunately, there are quite a number of such laws. That's a law on bloggers that was recently passed. It's senseless and it's very cruel. I used to say that our legislators remind me of the formula of a Russian rebellion: senseless and merciless, and something is to be done with that. So in every case, the Council tries to introduce and incorporate some reasonable elements into matters. Sometimes we succeed. In 2011, we removed the article on insinuations in the criminal code. It was brought back then. We removed that, thanks to the effort of the Council, and it was brought back by some our opponents. And by the way, we drafted some amendments for these articles' language, and so that the article is related with some deliberate actions. Because as for today, there is no notion of the action being deliberate or not deliberate. If something is done from jealousy, it's one thing. So I put slander on some person out of jealousy because that person took away my wife from me. But if that slander and misinformation was created by a journalist, perhaps that reporter had lack of evidence, it's not slander, it's a civil and legal delict, and is to be approached in a different way. So we succeeded partially, but at least it was some success. At the same time, we propose criminal prosecution is to be imposed on, is to be withdrawn from the criminal code. We introduced an article on the prevention of journalists from covering events with the act of violence. Now we would like to end also the criminal prosecution for some action against journalists because of their being critical to somebody. But still, we shall see if we succeed or not. That's about home violence, family violence. We were discussing the reform in the penitentiary system. We were also discussing some in Salihard, it's behind the Urals. We discussed the program to commemorate the victims of political repressions. Before that, we discussed problems of migration, including internal migration, registration laws for migrants, and we discussed the situation in the market of forged documents, forged papers. You can see advertising on every corner of the street. and the distinguished director of the Federal Migration Service, Mr. Ramadanov, got offended with the council members because they just read those advertisements and they visited those addresses and registered and had Mr. Ramadevsky registered in one of the apartments illegally, and he got offended on the members for that. But I don't think he was right, because we need to do something to counter such illegal actions. And that means that the Council faces the broad range of various issues and challenges. We have 20 standing commissions operating and a number of working groups. One of them deals with the Crimean affairs, and the other considers the situation in Ukraine. We are helping to establish a humanitarian corridor, and famous Lisa Glinka, referred to as Dr. Lisa, is dealing with that. And the working group on Ukraine is headed by Maxim Shevchenko and Andrei Yurov, the two gentlemen who takes entirely opposite political positions, but they can really work as a tandem, and they do a lot of work in that temporary working group on Ukraine. And thanks to such examples, and I can think of a lot of them, because when new people came to be members of the council, we saw some personal conflicts among various members. We are lucky that they didn't fight, but heated debates were frequent the case. And I took those conflicting parties with me to various places so that they could attend places where the tension is quite high. In particular, when it was time to investigate the situation in the prison number 6 in the town of Kopeisk, people who came with me, some of them didn't talk to each other before and didn't shake hands. But with that very difficult situation, they dropped their antipathy and began working together, and they realized that those problems to be addressed require joint effort. That's the only way to achieve anything. And the prison number 6 story, we actually wrote a report to the president, and some criminal lawsuits were filed. Frankly speaking, right now those lawsuits are being slowed down now, but we are monitoring the situation, and I don't think that we will give up our effort. Well, if you don't mind, I would like to read out for you some letters which were received by my wife from our friend who lives and works in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. She is a vice mayor of a small town, and she is responsible for social problems, so she deals with healthcare and other matters of the kind. Since she has been our friend for a long time, and I can say that she is a very bright and interesting person. She's quite smart, she's businesslike and very merry person. So the first letter she wrote us. In this letter, he first wrote, "Hello from a burning tank." When I read that line, I thought that other people had to know that it's not propaganda. We turn on federal TV channels and receive a great amount of propaganda, typical of any information war. It's a fact, unfortunately. And in those letters, you can find some information about that too. So if you don't mind, I can read those letters out to you.
First letters I posted on my blog and the website of the council, and then she asked me not to make those letters public. And she wrote to me, I don't want to follow the destiny of Luis Carvalhan, once head of the Communist Party of Chile. Hello, Masha. Thank you very much for your news from your home. Thank you for your email address. Get prepared. I'll be sending to you some moments from the reality show. Don't mind grammar mistakes and commas, because that's my problem. When I'm nervous, I am not attentive clicking on the letters, and then I'll sending the letters, and after that, when I read them, I get embarrassed too. And I can confirm that if you read a letter, you can see a lot of grammar and punctual mistakes there, because punctuation in the Russian language, they do play a great role. Sure, certainly what's going on now, nobody can foresaw. For half a year, people have changed entirely. Even in the level of the population, we are fighting each other. We became enemies, all friends and neighbors. In the places where Russian channels are not on air, people are confident that Putin eats babies taken from Ukraine. In our case, Putin rating is 300%. His father, he's very popular. People make slogans, and they are quite sincere. It's not certainly for political value, but Masha, there is so much soul in there in those slogans. As well, as soon as Yanukovych escaped, it was announced that all his party members will be imprisoned. They were not guilty, so they were just fired. I was also in the Party of Regions, so I was fired. 2 months. For 2 months, I spent on a sick list. But I'm having lessons in the academy, and there is a summer vacation, and I read the Constitution, but no way it was written. Then came the Donetsk People's Republic. Our executive committee was seized first. Our mayor ran away, and I was supposed to come to office since my leave and vacation were over. And frankly speaking, I'm bored with lying. So for 1 month I've been working already. Refugees, wounded, fools from either side, crowds of enthusiasts are poorly organized who wouldn't like hear anything. It's like in the October Revolution of 1917. So the revolutionaries are drunken sailors, and the National Guard is Petlura troops of 1917. And most of them are young people who didn't want to fight. Before the mercenaries came, it was just calm. Say, armed forces made plans to invade the city of Anavaha. People came to put to the streets, took their improvised weapons, stopped the troops, and that was that. And people were feeding those soldiers. So smart guys also didn't want to come to the Russian-Ukrainian regions. Then mercenaries came. They are just terrible. They are bombing and killing ourselves. It's not from the Russian use. In my town, there are 200 registered refugees, those who came to, who are registered officially. They are telling horrible stories. After that, I don't think we'll be a united country once again. People are running away. Apartments, real estate cost nothing. The only idea is how to live. There is an armistice now, but the Donetsk People's Republic didn't violate that armistice, and we see a lot of armored personnel carriers without any signs and insignia. They do whatever they like. They are bandits. They take goods. They take money from people. About myself, I'm dealing with refugees 24 hours a day. I accumulated a stock of medications to help the wounded, and it's all based on the enthusiasm of the population. The budget is empty, and thanks to the Russians, they send insulin to those who suffer from sugar diabetes. For 20 years, in the Ukrainian country, there is no instructions on the civil defense and emergency situations. Nobody knows what to do. Our military commissioner ran away, police is closed and shut. So I found in the internet what stocks you need in the basement, and I asked my friend to print it out. So on the list were a chocolate, flour, vodka, and tablets. After that publication, a businessman came to me and brought sugar and flour, being grateful for advertising of his business. So I stopped doing that. Masha, that's the stream of conscience. I'm stopping that. I'm missing you. Thank you very much. But with all the problems, nobody is losing weight. It was the first letter. It was written on July 1st. Let me see. June 25. June 25. Do you want to hear more? My wife wrote a letter in response asking her permission for having that letter published. And she writes, okay, make it published, correct my grammar mistakes. The teacher, my teacher of the Russian language should not be affected, but you can just write to me what I should inform you of. About the wedding of Malinovka, that's the documentary. Wedding of Malinovka was a Russian movie. And because my wife wrote to her that the events in the Ukraine was just the remake of Wedding of Malinovka. Wedding of Malinovka is a documentary about our life, but you know, as soon as the liberation by the Ukrainian army began, liberation of ourselves, the security agents became asking money from businessmen. One firm said that they will not give money but medications, and those security guys, after some time, came back to them and offered that firm buy those medications back at half price. And that story was made public, but people responded saying that were aware of even more terrible stories. Our farmers were making a joke. They said that in Kiev they somehow believe that we cannot sow the harvest, and the farmers said that bring more tanks to our regions and we will have a greater sowing campaign, because those people, tankers, and those who operated armored personnel carriers were selling kerosene to those farmers at very low price. People, those fighting people are uniformed in the same way, they are speaking the same language, and nobody understands what's going on, who is fighting whom. When refugees were coming, I was struck by the sincerity with which people were helping those refugees. And they were bringing all the objects of necessity. Even washing machines and electric oven were brought. But again, there were some tricks too. A family was dwelt on the point where those stocks were stockpiled, and the family was accommodated. Then those who accommodated those people came to that point and said that, you know, all those people who were living in their apartment were drinking hard. And when we checked, it became clear that the family of alcoholics came to that town from someplace else and found very comfortable conditions there for drinking parties. And for us, even when we check all those, verify all those refugees, 50% of them have criminal past, and so they are not going to work. But if they go to Russia, Russians will also have problems. And there is something not for the record. You know that there were no prophylactics of AIDS, HIV, and TB. And Slavyansk was most secure place. So if those people come to Russia, please test them for HIV and TB. And we used to think of intellectual women as somebody who are sitting with books and with something else, with knitting. But when they come to us after 1 week staying with us, they turn into not refugees, but very demanding consumers. Sorry for those sad ideas. I asked the family, have you bought foodstuffs too? And we have purchased all those stuffs. But the family told me, no, we have not purchased those foodstuffs. I'll change the name. No, Tatiana Ivanovna, we didn't take no stuffs with us. Meat and flour is still with us. It is left from the end of the world. 20 years have passed since the end of the world, and they still have their foodstuffs and reserves. But everybody exercises hatred. Sometimes they watch TV channels and also become indignant at Russian news. Then we analyze two channels, one from Ukraine, the other from Russia, and then we come to some average. And we can show that the commentators have been changed, but they all speak about hysteria. Please make your television broader and so that it could reach Western Ukraine. About Crimea, our people keep on going there and come with fully admiring that. And laws are tougher in Russia, both concerning rents, concerning restaurants. Masha, if you remember, I brought a girl to Spivakov, the violin player, and he played in a concert in Sevastopol and invited that girl, and he invites her now to enter a conservatoire. It's good, but she's too small, too young now. And I'm writing to you, but I'm listening to Chonkin's, to the book about Chonkin by Novich. Thank you. Shall I read more? Next letter. July 13th. Hello, Masha. A couple of words from me. To describe in one dialogue the events of the recent day, I can refer to the dialogue with my girlfriend. What's happening with you? A bombardment? Are you in the basement? No, I'm in the kitchen. I'm making canned cucumbers. Why? I'm tired, to go to the basement 5 times a day, and because of that I spoiled some of my cucumbers. Today is Peter and Paul day. People are returning from the church. I'm going to the market and listening to what they are talking about. And they say we will have another attack today. Why? Because Poroshenko is Piotr and it's his day. I laughed at that, but I didn't have to do so. Bombardment started from the afternoon, and we're lucky that they're shelling neighborhoods. When Slavyansk fell, and even those who was given water to separatists, everybody were terrified. Opponents were revived. On the contrary. So both traitors and separatists, they are all the same, and
in the bus station for 2 days. There is the poll, and people are recruiting for People's Army. Many men join the militants. Those who have money go to the Black Sea or in the mountains just to see who is the winner. Rinat Akhmetov, the oligarch, withdrew his key staff to other cities. Others have vacations till September. National Guard is shelling his factories and enterprises very strongly, although there are no separatists at all. So in various cities and towns, there are multiple coup d'etats. Mostly Klitschko supporters are pressured. Elections to the parliament. Looks like the game is as follows. Udarov Klitschko was removed. Communist Party is forbidden. Who shall we vote for? For freedom. For Batkivshina of Yulka Tymoshenko, we have no our own party, and if Simonenko stays, southeastern regions will vote for the communists, and Poroshenko realizes that, and he takes every effort to destroy the Communist Party. So we could say it may be the final elections of the Second International, and that's the term. I prepared everything in the basement. I brought straw, mattresses, pillows there, matches. But when I finished, my mother refused to come down to the basement. I said, "Mother, it's not Mercedes cars that matter now. It's the safety in the basement." That's my mother, but she is invincible. I don't remember if I wrote about foodstuffs to you. We bought everything, and as mice, we are eating everything, something that we would never eat before. And there is canned meat, canned milk, and friends and neighbors always meet with each other just to discuss the situation. When you are together, it's not so terrible. Well, when we meet, we have a lot of tea, and we eat our foodstuffs. About power, there is no power in town, as well as in other towns. The region is without any control. Governor Taruta perhaps is a good man, but he is no manager. No police, no judiciary, no mayors. Emergency situations agency is just neutralized, and most of the doctors left the region. It's going to be a disaster. There is a second way of refugees to Russia. They are good specialists, engineers, doctors, and Russia, I think, will accommodate them all and deploy them all. And, you know, it takes so little time now, and the average age of those who live, 35, and about 40% of them have higher education. Oh, well, there is a blast, perhaps a bridge was hit. Goodbye. No good news. Perhaps tomorrow will be some.
So tomorrow, we're getting another letter. Hello, Masha. The news. We've gotten humanitarian aid from Russia. Up to 40,000 hryvnia. Surgery supplied. Then a bridge was blown up by drunkards. And in the morning, they thought a tractor to be a tank, so they blew up the bridge. The bridge is small, it is internal and far away from us, but the detonation was so strong. The interesting thing is that the street, the dwellers of the houses didn't hide in the basements, but stood in the open throughout the day talking. The three combatants were shot right there. So let me talk about my routine news before we pass on to the geopolitics. No documents. Who is this man who has come? We don't know what we can do. But in the morning, I didn't give my documents. Now, about the Ukraine. Kolomoisky's bank section was blown up. It appears this man, Kolomoisky, can well unite all of the Ukraine, as everybody hates him, both in the east and in the west. The husband of my sister and their two sons dug up a basement, but 5 people can go into hiding. But my sister has told them about this for 3 months, and yesterday, when the bridge was blown up, Sasha decided to do that. And finally, the heat is upon us. A voice from the basement: "We're here." I can see that this is a deep burrow with the good cast iron steps. It's an excellent apartment down there. Teta Ola, what is it? Oh, this is. He wanted some borscht, and you can't be outside. It's very hot. So I'm still laughing. The heat, the faces are red. Uncle Vanya in his shorts and a big ladle of borscht in the basement. Yesterday, right after the explosion, it turned out that many people don't know, much as to what happens. How do you know? We ask them, and they say, "We've just come from the wedding in this area." So there was a wedding in the village, and the war came upon. So they continued with the wedding. The only thing that they didn't have the fireworks. On the first day, this was a European wedding with the bridal dress, and the second day was a national wedding, an ethnic flavor wedding. So today, the people under the bullets went to the second day of wedding. It's a pity that Novodvorskaya is dead. I decided to read about her, so I may really change my opinion about her. Good for her. I read her video. I heard her video address to the Ukrainian people, and it is hardly becoming to instigate the people in Kiev. All right, bye-bye. You can't believe what I'm going to read now. I'm going to read the code on the military situations. Today is a football match. This is, by the way, the day of the final match for the World Cup. It's a football day. Apparently, nobody will fight. I am for the Germans, even though we are less numerous, probably. Merkel and Putin. Should I read you more? And the last letter that we received yesterday. July 29th. Dear Masha, it is sometimes a shame to write about women's joys. Today I went to work, and the siren had us get back. So I went to get my friend. Should we go back home by taxi and sit in the basement? So we walked down the road. We spoke about the war. Throughout the road, of course, men are cowards, and Yatsenyuk does not understand that you cannot leave this casino. Here we saw a little dish shop where they're selling dishes. The foodstuffs are down. The gas is getting more expensive. The cornfields are actually burning. And I get out of the shop. I look at each other. We look at each other, and we start crying over this jar of Italian pickles. I have a new great pickles, and this is a great thing that I can look into the fridge mine. What are you doing? I'm drinking tea. I'm having tea. It is good that I cooked this jar on. So we start laughing again. They removed everything in the house, and they. So this argument is especially important. Women bought some new stuffs, and so you have to put on your new things in case the ambulance comes. My aunt is a civil servant. She is a classical civil servant. I called her yesterday. She has a very good voice, very soft voice. Tatiana Ivanovna, we are in a difficult situation, but the control over the city and so on and so forth. And then I hear, and I can't, I can no longer write. It is exactly now that I'm so happy to write and read about something beautiful rather than what I have to do. Don't be worried about me. They don't shoot well, so they may well not get into me. This was the last letter. Now, answers to your questions. We start with Georgia. Vachtank Tsatsonava is from Sukhumi. I'm from Georgia. I think that the Ukrainians may have started this discussion, but I will allow myself to be the first. You have the one to speak. You have read the letters of a person who is close to your family, and I think that the first problem of the system of Yanukovych was that the vice mayor of a city must be literate. I think that these letters would have touched a string in any human. I'm a pacifist myself, and I think that this is a human tragedy. I went through war myself, and I think that you're quite right to have read these letters, which are extremely moving, almost heartrending. But what I could tell you is how my grandmother, who is 70, who in 1993 was kidnapped in Abkhazia, then she was brought back through a ransom, and as 400,000 Georgian refugees do not have the right to get back to their houses starting from 1993, so I could write and read about her prayers and how she thinks and hopes and dreams of getting back to her house in Abkhazia. But then you might read my letters to somebody in the Kremlin. What was said in these... May I respond? If reading these letters in the Kremlin could help the issue, we could do that. I don't think that you would be much enthused with such letters, because this issue is not solved. Well, I just don't know if reading these letters could solve the issue. It's a lot more difficult. Why did I want to read these letters to you? For you to have some sort of independent information from this region. Alexei Tupitsyn from Irkutsk region. The introduction of the system with the public control election of ombudsman by those who are in the penitentiary. I'm not quite sure about your. What exactly are we talking about? The ombudsman this year. There were elections through your structure. No. I think you're wrong. The ombudsman is not elected through our structure or our institution in any way. The ombudsman is appointed by the State Duma. No, it is representative to the Public Council. No. We do not participate in any nomination of any ombudsman. I think that you've mistaken me for somebody. Or are you talking about the formulation of our council? Well, this was not this year, but in 2012. And all we did is that we selected the candidates for the membership in the council. We don't have authorized persons. And I proposed some. No, in the civil society there are no generals. We're all privates. Thank you, Stanislav. I am alumnus of 2012. My question is about the recently adopted law on the foundations of the public control in Russia, in the Russian Federation. I took part in the public chamber formation, and I was elected to the public chamber of the town of Zvenigorod, which is not far from where we are. And when this law was adopted, I did not find, unfortunately, any members of the public chambers. But the public chamber of Zvenigorod, where I work, I'm the only independent candidate. All other members are civil servants or dependent persons. So my abilities are quite limited. I cannot even send inquiries to the state institutions in my official capacity. So my question is, what ideas of the Presidential Council have not been entered into the final text of the law, and why? Well, the final text does not incorporate many of these concepts, because our original draft was a lot more powerful, and the subjects of the public control included not just the members of these chambers, but indeed every Russian citizen. However, the draft law and the actual law are quite a few discrepancies in their text. Still, I regard this law as an intermediate step. Up until the recent time, we only had one forum for the public control, which was the law on the public control and the monitoring of the human rights observance for the inmates in the penitentiary institutions. So, indeed, nowadays we have a different forum, which is the law on the foundations of the public control. And this serves the purpose of entering them into the legislation on the public control. So we have opened the door to the next room. And nowadays, this room has to be filled with life. Of course, I'm not satisfied with the law in its present shape or format, but now we have an opportunity to expand it, to indeed fill it with substance. And it is by far not the only claim laid to this law, and there are many contradictions, gaps, and it is not in vain that this law does not even have a term for it entering into effect. Usually, laws have a term whereby, say, the law is entered into effect from the day of publication, or else with a delayed term. Otherwise, any law enters into force 10 days after it has been published. But I think that they just forgotten to write about this. And of course, I did suggest to work this law further, because there is one important mistake or one imminent error which stipulates that the public control is perceived as monitoring of the actions of the state bodies. What do you mean by observance? You can switch on the TV and observe these and nothing else, but you can monitor it on the TV. Now, the actual importance is monitoring as to what extent do these actions comply with the public interest. And at the level of the second reading, we spoke about the public interest. We tried to define the public interest and try and understand when the actions of a state body may run against or comply with such public interest, and then it might be better understood why do we execute this monitoring. Unfortunately, it was never entered into the law, and this strange monitoring, which is called the public control, has been entered in the law as it is published there now. So, and I think that this is a wrong approach. Arevik Markaryan from St. Petersburg. On the eve of the municipal elections in St. Petersburg, when is one of the so-called show moments that even Mr. Churov sent a letter to Attorney General of St. Petersburg trying to make clear a situation. So it as well appears that the falsifications continue, and this is not just my opinion of a candidate whose protocols were forged, but also as a sociologist who registers such blatant violations of the electoral law. So I encourage your council to consider these issues more often. We have a special commission for the electoral law, and you may turn to it, and we shall consider all your proposals. But of course, we cannot in any way influence the outcome of the elections. But as a problem, let us take a look at it. But unfortunately, this is not the field or the sphere where we have problems. I have long come to a conclusion that if we have a strong civil society and a poor educational system, then we shall have good elected bodies. If we have a strong civil society. If we don't have strong civil society, then a good electoral system will not help us, unfortunately. So I'm always for the strong civil society, and we'll have good MPs, good parliament. The civil society is the basis of everything. And the civil society is not about NGOs, not only about NGOs. The civil society is made up of citizens. These citizens may then come into different organizational structures and organizations, including the network communities. That is why I think that the internet, we think, allows such a multi-channel influence of the citizens on the affairs of state. And if we have this substrate of the civil society, which is composed and developed through civil participation, then we will have a modicum of success. We have a big population, but very few citizens indeed, whereas the citizens is what we believe is the tissue of the civil society. It is a result of a process. So the idea of involving the citizens as individuals into, not just as associations, into the civil life would be a possibility to attain success. Alexander Shmilov from Moscow. I have just one question and one comment, but I would rather start with a comment. I think it would be more proper for this comment to have been expressed by somebody else, some representatives of the Ukraine for that matter. But because I'm observing the events in the Ukraine for the past 9 months quite closely, I think that I have a right to say something. The letters that you have read, in my feelings, I think are quite they're quite in tune with the attitudes of many people in the Donetsk region. But any assessment of the situation in the Ukraine, I think the role of Mr. Kolomoisky, the assessment of what the people might think in Kiev. Some of these letters do not seem to be in harmony with the events in the Ukraine. But this is a subjective view. Yes, an independent view. Any view of any person is subjective. All right. Yeah. No, this lady did not pretend to know the truth about the situation in the Ukraine. She's telling us about her everyday life. No, I do not debate that. I do not argue. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for corroborating my statement. My second question is about the so-called innovations into the NGO law. Thus, in autumn, it is proposed to take a law whereby the NGOs would be divided in two groups, those which deal with civic activities and those which deal with political activities. And it appears that many things, such as monitoring of the elections and legislative proposals are well depend and pertain to the so-called political activities, and the political NGOs will be banned from receiving any financing from abroad. They will not have any tax privileges. They will have to pay taxes on all grants and many other innovations. Could you give your evaluation? And could you say that it is evident that this law will be passed? And do you believe? Could you comment on these possible draft law? Frankly, I was asked this same question yesterday, and I could not answer this question because I have no idea about this draft law. We have never had any relation to such a draft law, even if it exists. We deal with a somewhat different topic, which is that we are indeed dealing with the state support of the socially oriented or the socially engaged civil organizations. And in that law, there is a norm about the so-called socially engaged NGOs. And we believe that such a list must be expanded. And we believe that there have to be some very specific privileges to be introduced for the NGOs. And President Putin, when he spoke before the Security Council several days ago, said that the civil society must not be subjected to repressions. Well, what you have just said is exactly a repressive draft law, but I have not heard anything about that. So the proposals by the Council are quite in line with what the President said, and we shall continue to quote him. Colleagues, I understand that many of you have not been able to ask your questions, but I have no way but to unfortunately end this session. We only have an hour for lunch, and we cannot extend this time. What we can possibly do is thank Mr. Mikhail Fedotov for coming to the school and being such a true friend. Thank you very much. I'm at your disposal. Enjoy your lunch.
Коллеги, забирайте, пожалуйста, командировочные свои подписанные договоры. Подходите ко мне.
Друзья, рассаживайтесь, пожалуйста, по местам. У меня еще одно организационное замечание. Я вчера обратила внимание на то, что на круглом столе куда-то испарилась треть аудитории примерно. Я вас очень прошу, чтобы сегодня такого не повторялось, потому что у нас будет не круглый стол сегодня с Борей, где интерактив, а будет очень серьезная дискуссия про историческую память.
Very serious discussion of the memorial members. Please be right on time and be here. Of course, everybody feels like sleeping. We have to, to show solidarity. Хуй знает. Dear colleagues, I plead for your attention. We begin the next round of our sessions, and today's slogan is Culture, Memory and Society. All the topics are connected with one general idea. Now we are going to have an expert who didn't work with the school before, so we are in expectation. Madame Alicia is a professor. She teaches Slav languages in Rennes, which is France. Madame Messier authored several books devoted to cultural issues of the Soviet Union, interaction of culture with the authorities and the society. So one of her books, to my great pride, devoted to the dissident movement in Russia, is to be published in Новое литературное обозрение, which is published by the magazine where I work. The topic of the presentation is there in the program, and I think we are all in store for a very interesting talk. We'll see, says our specialist. Thanks, Andrei. Good day, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank those who organized this conference, because it's really what is necessary for Russia now, not only now, but now in particular, because people have to get acquainted with each other and communicate with each other. I've been here for several days, and I heard many interesting, brilliant Russian and foreign experts, but especially now it is important that Western and Russian experts and non-experts from Russia, France, and the West, we all have to communicate together, because when a new strange Cold War is to begin, that really means that it's even more important for our states that we cooperate. We shouldn't agree to everything. we are going to argue, but as we usually argue in big families with different opinions, different points of view. So I come here for this kind of talk. I'm going to talk a lot, but the lecture is not everything. Thank you for inviting me and for being present here. Now, I will try to explain why we may have difference of opinions on what happens and on our mutual past. First, I'd like to remind you that there is a certain difference between memory and history. We all studied history. But so what is memory and what is history? Both terms determine a certain story about the past. But memory is something subjective, although it does not always seem that way. It is about feelings, emotions, and memory exists at different levels. There is a memory of a human being, what I lived and what I personally saw. There is a memory of one family. I was told this and that, my mother told this and that, and I took it seriously. There is a memory of a society, we were told, and so on. And there is a memory of a country, and of course there is a history. History, in principle, is based on sources, facts. So you have to go to archives and look for some documents to prove some point. In memory, you shouldn't prove anything, but in history, you should prove facts, and you try to be as objective as possible. But by the way, you can't be absolutely objective. You like something more than something else. We all know, especially here, that sometimes history is written following somebody's order of some authorities, and then the story becomes non-objective, like it was in the Soviet Union in the 30s, for instance. I would give you some examples, and I'll do something which I don't usually do in my university. I would start from my personal memory, because I want you to better understand why we in the West sometimes respond the way we do. And I want you to make this kind of exercise. What kind of memory I have? What's the memory of my family? So I take myself as a model, as an example. When my father was 19, he was in the resistance in France. He was arrested, deported to Dachau with his own father and his friends. He was deported in July 44 by train, and 500 persons died on this train because there was no air. And he told us, he never told this story to us, his children. I know it because I read it in the books. He lived about 1 year in these camps. He didn't tell to his children about it because he couldn't. 20 years ago, there was the 50th anniversary of liberation of Nazi camps. And he went to Dachau with TV team. They filmed him. Just to talk to him, how you feel now? And he is a very charming man, handsome man, and at a certain moment, I knew that he would break internally, and he said, you know, you would never understand anything. He says that to the camera because there was a hill of corpses over there, and I hope that you would never know how you feel when you see the mountain of corpses, including your friends, and it smelled. So he said that historians would never be able to write about what happened. If historians can't write, nobody would know. And that really means that we should take this memory, which he couldn't pass to us, but still he passed it to me by his silence. And this is my pain. I feel it, although it's quite subjective for me. It is objective because I read about it. But I see the face of my father, and I know that he is to be broken in front of this camera, so you shouldn't joke about such things. Two more examples. My friend, whom I know for 25 years, and she lives in Russia, she had a very nice granny. Her granny thought that I was a spy. But somehow she loved me, but she thought that I was a spy. Every time when she saw me, she told me about the siege in Leningrad. She lived through this siege, and every time she told me about this siege for 5 minutes, and then she started crying. This was the same face as my father had, total destruction, because a human being cannot talk about a child perishing on her hands, how they looked for a piece of bread. It was not my family memory. My family memory is related to concentration camps. But I took her pain, not as my own pain, but I also understood that you couldn't joke about it. There was someone from Georgia who said something at the previous session. You understand, when he started talking about his granny, who was kidnapped in Sukhumi, I looked at his face, the same kind of family pain which I may have when I talk about the Nazi camps. Understand, you can't joke with such letters, with what happened, because it was sincere, and I thank you very much because I saw this sincere pain about what is going to happen. What are we going to do with this memory, because my granny was insulted, a person I love, and this is my pain. We all understand that politicians, authorities may use our feelings and our memories for their own purposes. I'll give you a couple of examples, which you know better than me. The discussion which passed around the TV channel Dozhd. The channel asked a very good question. All historians somehow should raise this question. Could you evacuate, I don't remember the formula, could you, probably you'd rather evacuate people. And when Professor Zubov said that for a historian this question is very important, and it's painful for everybody, because when your relatives died there, so you ask yourself, did they die in vain? And this question was used for political purposes to somehow destroy this TV channel Dozhd, which represented a different type of information. I am not going to touch the Ukrainian topic, But when at each channel I see a different French sides that fascists are in Kiev, I am irritated by this. You have to use the right words. Germans were not fascists, they were Nazists. And actually why we here call them fascists. And people who are in Kiev are not Nazis, they are not same as Germans during the war. Here you should make a difference. Mass media in Russia and in France, less in France, but still use the pain, the same feelings, these family memories. Because in Russia, when you say fascists are coming, there are feelings that they should be thrown away. You can't allow them to come in. And such memory is used for political purposes to justify the war, which of course should not be justified by anything. We may observe situation in Europe, and Europe includes Russia for me. In Europe, there are different public memories. Many books were written on the subject. There are three memories which depend on location. There is a Western Europe memory about the 20th century. There is the Central and Eastern Europe memory. And there is a Russian memory or Russian Soviet memory. I am to quote a book written by a German political scientist, Claude Legévy, a professor in a German university, and he said that the memory in Europe, it consists of different circles, and there is a first circle. First circle is what is more important, most important for us, for myself. I mean, this is German concentration camps. Yesterday, it was named here as a symbol of national conscience. Lena mentioned this, and I thought that it was proper. In the West, the first circle is what? Is memory of Holocaust. You know this word, of course. The Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Poland, in the Baltic countries, the chief phenomenon of the first circle in relation to the 20th century is what? Communist persecutions. And that's in the center for them. There are other circles, but this is the central one. What about Russia? And that's the war and victory over fascism. Here you can make effective comparisons. It means that we have different memories about the 20th century. Western Europe memory is different from the Russian memory, although Russians may have the same feelings, same memories as well, partly. These three memories have also the World War II for all these elements. For the two, it is in the center, and I mean Holocaust and the victory. And for another group, and there is a period which is wider, but the war is still in the center. In two cases, This memory concentrates around victims. Victims of the Communist Party or victims of the racial Nazi policy. Of course, there is also a difference because it means that in the West, we remember the minority, people who lived awful, they had awful destiny, but that's minority. But in our case, we suffered from the communist persecutions. And in Russia, this was a holiday. There was a horror. But in the end, we made our exploits and we won. So it's different outlook at more or less same events. I think we at least have to think about it. Why Holocaust is in the center of the memory of Western Europe? Because millions of people were killed, but not only in Holocaust. They were killed not because they did something, but only because they were what they were. They were killed not because they did something, but because they were born Jews. They were killed in such a way that strong men went up in the morning, and it was their duty to come and arrest children of 2 years old for what? For what they are, or for what they were. The progress which we are very proud of in France and in Russia and everywhere, it was used to kill as many people as possible. It means that the Holocaust questions all principles and values that existed as sacred before the war. If something like this can happen when we use our progress to kill as many people as possible and to arrest women and children who didn't do anything. So what shall we think about values which were actually inherent in us since 18th century? What shall we do with this value? Shall we throw them away? Shall we think about some other values? Or shall we think about what really happened and who did that? Nazi, yes. Germans, yes. But I can say, but I had nothing to do with it as a person. But I can't say that France had nothing to do with it. President Chirac said in '95, when there were lots of arrests of Jews in Paris, who came to arrest these people? These were French people. Of course, this was an order of Germans, but French went even further. How can this be? We think that we know more about human rights. And there are two approaches here. I may close my eyes. I don't like it, I will close my eyes, and I'll forget about it. Because actually, I have nothing to do with it, and I was born later. Or you think that what you don't think about now, and if you don't ask yourself these questions, why it happened, why people turned out to be like this, that they started arrested 2-year-old kids to put them into the gas chamber. This might be repeated tomorrow. This might be easily repeated. I simply want to mention this. There was a movie which was fashionable in the perestroika time, the movie of a great Georgian director Abuladze. It was called Repentance. You saw this film. If you haven't seen it, just go and see A Tyrant Dies. He is buried, but the next morning turns out that his corpse went or disappeared from the grave. So he is buried again. Next morning he is back again, and it happens 3 times. And then it turns out that this tyrant, who looked like Stalin, like Beria, like Hitler, like Mussolini. So this tyrant ordered to arrest the father of a woman. And this woman, an intelligent Georgian woman, and she said, before everything is said about what happened, I'm going to pull him out every day, because you have to know it. And the grandson of this tyrant, who had nothing to do with it, when he learns about it, he kills himself with a gun on which the name of his granddad is written. So it's more than you read about it. You have to perceive it. You have to answer all the questions which are asked under such crimes. And in the Western Europe, this question is always there, and you have to think about it, and you have to study it so that it is not repeated. And it was not that simple. In Germany, for instance, for a long time, they didn't want to dig in the past. They somehow thought that everything was all right, was proper, because there was no denazification. But it happened 20 years later. There was a wave of terrorism. Young people said that they were Nazis, which I didn't know about. So at that time, people started writing books about Nazism. It was not so easy in France, too. We also had collaborationists. And, well, how can you talk about it? I just said that Chirac recognized this fact. He said that we played a certain role. So what happened in the Eastern and Central Europe? In the center of the memory, there were communist persecutions. During the Soviet Union, it was not possible to talk about it. It was prohibited. You couldn't. There was inside a memory of one person or one family, because people, well, gave this information by word of mouth. In Poland, everybody remembered Katyn. The thousands of Polish officers were killed there. And I remember at the beginning of the 80s, there was a question, who killed these officers, Germans or somebody else? It was a kind of consolidation of the society. We talk about patriotism, but patriotism is required to unite the society. But you shouldn't talk about patriotism. When you have real feelings, that you have one motherland, one people, and your granddads were killed, and you want this to be told. Those who did that, they should say, yes, we did it. This is the kind of wish, the wish to know who in the Baltics forgot about the awful deportations in June 1941 and in March 1941. Nobody forgot. In all the families, they'll tell you about this, that my granddad was sent away and so on. Who in Georgia forgot about deportations and about shootings and so on. All these stories, they were given inside families. And when Perestroika came, mentioned by Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs here, different countries started saying that we suffered in this or that way. Their family memory went to the top. In Latvia, on June 14, 1987, several thousand of people for the first time gathered unofficially to commemorate those who were deported. This is the memory became the foundation on which the society, the new society, was built. Are we Latvians or Poles? It's not because we just sing this language or because we have some sort of music, but because we have common pain, and this pain unites people around the society.
And let's put it this way, it's also one of the reasons why, in point of fact, stopped to exist. Just because people felt that they felt more than they were Latvians, Georgians, rather than just Soviet people. And then it continued. Although societies, they continued to study, let's put it this way, their history. They opened museums, they opened institutions, for example, in Poland. They also there was a lot of criticism about this, but they opened what they call Institute of Memory, just for the specific purpose to study the history of political persecution. And in Poland, they also began to study Western memory because they told them, well, okay, now you want to accede EU, if you want to become members of NATO, that's great, but why is it that you are silent about the Holocaust, although the Holocaust happens amongst other places in Poland? And that was really a demand when they say, this is a demand that NATO put forward, strange as it may seem, about probably it was to Poland, to the Baltic countries, as far as I know, according to two sources. You must find out about your history and about the history of the Holocaust. We know when the Soviet Union disintegrated, what was needed to also get to know the memory of other nations. In Eastern Europe, they had to know and learn about Western memories, and we in the West, certainly we knew the way, what we call political persecutions, communist persecutions. But indeed, we had to do this excellent evolution take place in Poland about how and what they speak about Holocaust, what they say about the Holocaust. I could somehow explain about some museums that, amongst other things, the Museum of, what do you call it, of the Polish Jews that has just recently been at that time been opened in Warsaw. What they did with lesser success, the same work in the Baltic republics, where it somehow shocks many people in Russia. They immediately discovered and they opened up the Museum of Occupation. What does it mean? It means that we are victims of three occupations: German, that was number one, and Soviet. Pre-World War and post-World War. Of course, you could sort of debate it, but very much how they arrested our grandfathers, how they were deported. We want you to remember about it. And they began to study what went on, but instead, as to the Jewish memory, in Latvia, it is not the case, although they also are opening up museums and so on and so forth. I could somehow deliberate upon it in greater detail. What is going on in Russia? In Russia, let me put it this way. The memory about the victory, it has existed, it has always been around, in Soviet times too. Memory about the Holocaust. The Holocaust was never mentioned in Soviet times. We all remember those attempts. What I mean, we don't remember, we read books. In the 1960s, for example, when Yevtushenko, for this matter, wrote the poem about Babi Yar, that is the place of mass executions of Jews. In the poem he wrote that we didn't erect a monument at that place. When Nekrasov, Viktor Nekrasov, who then died in Paris, delivered this brilliant speech so that we should remember that they were murderers, not Soviet people, they were Jewish, Soviet Jews. So nowadays, yes, you can say that many efforts were made by Russia so that they opened up that, I've never visited actually, the Jewish Museum. It has some very strange name, the Jewish Museum and the Center of Tolerance. So if you open the French museums and the Center of Tolerance, then, well, that's something. They say that it's an excellent place, but finally, the Black Book, what they call, that was written, amongst others, by Vasily Grossman and Ehrenburg, finally it will be published in Russia. And that is somehow just like a private initiative and a public initiative. So you can say that they really had made many efforts, but instead, what is the worst trouble in Russia? That was, forgive me, because we are part of Eastern Europe. Those were these Stalinist purges, when they murdered, executed for no reason at all. They deported for no reason at all millions of people. How can you forget about it? We all know that back in the Soviet times, people just didn't talk about it because they slightly mentioned that during the times of the Ottepel, that is the thaw of the 1960s. Then they spoke in greater detail about it during the Perestroika, when Gorbachev said that we need to discover and study all the uncharted terrains in our history. But many dissidents in Russia have studied history. Some of them, amongst them, are Akseny Roginsky, who will join us tonight. I don't know what will be the topic of his presentation tonight, but you know he was in jail just for this reason, because he tried to get access to the archives sometime late in the late 1970s, early 1980s, just to write a full Soviet history, amongst others, to discover the history of victims. And indeed, in the times of Perestroika, much was said about those persecutions and what it means. It means that somebody can go back to say, ask their grannies, why am I saying it? I don't know who my grandfather is. Why is it that I don't know what happened? And all of a sudden, it turns out that many people found out that in their own families, their relatives were arrested. It's not although they also were arrested, but this trouble affected almost every family in the Soviet Union. And the problem is, what do we do about it? Shall we just examine it and think, well, we were victims, but we were also, in some cases, and in many cases certainly, those who were arresting others, who persecuted others. Maybe our grannies and grandmothers might arrest, and then they became later victims of the same system. Shall we study till the end how it happened? You know, Lydia Chukovska, if I'm not mistaken, wrote this excellent article, yes, it was her, where she wrote, you need to study till the very end, this process, while anybody is alive who had served in those camps and were murdered there. Can we say that that was done in Russia? Have we done it till the very end? Certainly not. Those who are doing it, they're certainly, amongst other things, much sooner, the society that is named the Memorial, that was set up in the terms of the Perestroika. They have excellent people there who, for some 20 years, did it and who look things up in the archives, write articles in books, and get recognition of all historians in the world. But here they received, let me put it this way, the name foreign agents. At the same time, during the Perestroika, the writer Rybakov, you know, the one who is the author of Дети Арбата, the children of Arbat, he said, Stalin and Stalinism are the problems, and they're not the problems of the past, they're the problems of today and the future. Why? What does it mean? It means that why is it that we need to study this history? Why do we need to know it? Because in the principle, in the long run, what does it mean? If you admit that you were murderers who murdered millions of your compatriots for whatever reasons, if you admit that right now, why can't you admit it tomorrow? What prevents you from doing it tomorrow? And what is the price of the person, life, human life? If you can kill millions and forget about it. We all know that back in the 1990s, when the interest got weaker in the society because there were other problems and economic difficulties, well, the Memorial continued its work in studying these matters. But beginning with the year 2000, we saw quite a big phenomenon. Since then, let me put it this way. On the one side, they started to show facts about, say, the purges, for example, quite popular soap operas on television, how, for example, they removed from office, how they filmed Дети Арбата, Dr. Zhivago, they filmed Circle 1 in Solzhenitsyn. I didn't watch Life and Fate in Grossman. They say it's horrible, but I don't know. So people know about it, but on the other side, it's been 14 years that we see a certain rehabilitation of Stalin and Stalinism. And we all somehow re-understand that this is a sophisticated question. It is a controversial question in Russia. What examples, for example, tell us about it? Well, all historians present here, they somehow have heard and have listened to and have read probably the textbooks by Filipov. 3 at least textbooks by Filipov, who were published 2007-2009 on the history of Russia in the 20th century. I read about one of them, the one that really discusses the period of the first, shall we put it, purges round of the 1930s, 1940s. When you look them up, it turns out that the 1930s, they were the years when industrial modernization of the country took place. Okay, they show some positive outlook on this. They just describe those years as years of modernization. On top of that, they in great detail tell you about the purges, and they're writing from the perspective of universal morality. The death and broken lives of people cannot be justified in any way. It is a fact. They cannot be indeed. But immediately after that phrase, they quote Molotov. Molotov, at the time, who signed, Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact before the Second World War. We owe it to 1937 that during the war, we did not have the fifth column. This is what we owe to the... And no comments whatsoever. So historically, it is a lie. It is an absolute lie. You see, Stalin could be sent to court for betraying, for arresting all the leadership of the Soviet army several years, before the start of the war. He could be sent to trial for this reason alone. And not only for this thing alone, but for, amongst other things. Secondly, if the Soviet Union won in the war, it is not because there had not been any fifth column or anything. It is the historic deed and ordeal by millions of the Soviet people who fought the war and gave their lives for their land, and sometimes when they didn't give them any weapons. So we thank them and eternal memory to them. But the fifth column in Russia and the Soviet Union in the 1930s didn't exist. Forgive me for that. However, when you see such explanations which ostensibly justify the purges, we owe it to 1937 that we didn't have the fifth column. Are you surprised that you're having this expression again, the fifth column? So you see, it's somehow very sad. It means that it is understandable. That is, it means that the memory of Russia and the memory of Eastern Europe cannot somehow find any compromise. Or either you think that mostly those victims of those persecutions, or you think what matters more is that that crimes were horrible, but it means that they're justified. And if they're justified, it means that Stalin was not that bad as he's described. It means that you can think, you can assume that he much sooner than anything was a positive phenomenon for Russia. And you may think that in the long run, you can kill Russians. You can kill Russian citizens. There are two different words. Русский means ethnic Russian, and Россиян means something that Russians would never admit to, Russian citizens. So it means that this memory is drastically different from what the Western Europe thinks, where we think, no, you can't kill even tiny numbers of people. And here it turns out you can kill millions, you can break millions' lives in order to win. But the question, it seems like to be justified. And here the question is, in the long run, what is the purpose? Does it mean that the end justifies the means, or does it not? And this is a fundamental matter of principle. So does it mean you can use all the means in order to, in the long run, reach the greatest end? If you read Soviet literature, for example, there were lengthy debates about what is the difference between bourgeois humanism, that is our humanism, and Soviet humanism. And in the long run, it worked that Soviet humanism, you could use anything, any means, in order for the revolution to win. In the long run, it turns out you can kill anybody just for the sake of the victory of the revolution. Besides, if you look at the memory that exists in Russia, this is something that also amazes me, is can you really have and bring society together and build a country and build good relations with your neighbors when in the national official memory you have so many things that in principle cannot exist together, coexist? Let me explain it. Last year, they commemorated, what was it, 400 years of the Romanov Tsar's family. And there were pictures and films, and it's history, it certainly matters. This matters, and there were many events, including in France, not in France alone. And can you commemorate this anniversary and still, I'm sorry if I'm insulting your patriotic feelings, have a hymn, a national anthem, which first of all uses the music of one of the old Bolsheviks, even before 1943. The national anthem that was, let me put it this way, became an official anthem in 1943 of the then USSR. And can you have this national anthem with the words that were written by the same person who came up with two versions. First, glory to Stalin, then in 1970 under Brezhnev, glory to Lenin, who is leading us where we need to go, and now, thank God for leading us wherever. Well, you know this national anthem, this is the symbol of Russia, this is the symbol of Bolsheviks. The very fact that Sergei Mikhalkov wrote these lyrics, you may say it is great, but does it mean you do not have enough talents to come up with the new music and the new words? Is Russia poor with talents, or is it a sign that we are continuing this experience, this experiment by the Bolsheviks? Can you rehabilitate Stalin on the one side, Stalin who murdered millions of Russians and Soviet people, and defend orthodoxy? I understand that, yes, you can. Stalin opened the churches when he realized that he could use the church for his own ends. Can Zyuganov, leader of Communist Party in Russia, first pay tribute to Stalin and then kiss the belt of Our Lady? How can you see all this are very much like this expression, either take off your cross or put on your knickers. So I'm very sorry about this, but as for the memory, this is about this. When I read a newspaper, Kultura, it used to be a very good newspaper. Nowadays, about those holy people, but about Bolsheviks as much material. How can you have any logic, and how can you find any logic about this? And another example is when your government decided that you shouldn't necessarily move, or rather bring back the remains of Denikin back to Russia. And this was speaking about the truth being coming to terms. I was all for this truth, coming to terms and peace. But everybody agreed to come to terms. In our newspaper, Le Monde, Prince Mikhail Obolensky, he was not a very important person among the white movement. He said, how can you speak and write about coming to terms and peaceful when in any murders of the Russian people, they have never seen, those people who did it were never persecuted, were never put on trial, and they were never taken into account for the crimes they have committed. And he says, no, for me there can be no coming to terms and not coming before they have said who has killed whom. I'm not saying it is simple, I'm not saying this is easy, but you see all these questions and matters that also create geopolitical problems. The problems about Poland, it's not just because Polacks are so bad and they just don't want this or want that. No, the problem is that they expect, and they've been expecting for several years, for you to give them all the complete information that is available, it seems to be, because they keep referring it in the archives. And the Polacks gave, I don't remember, a very high award to the awarded a medal to the Society of the Memorial for helping digging out the remains of those killed. Well, you see, it's somehow another case about Ukraine. When Yushchenko was in government, Yushchenko also somehow tried to create some kind of unification of his society by mentioning Golodomor. Well, this is where interpreter begs to differ radically. And he said that millions of people were killed because of hunger. And you look it up, and he says, look, anything can grow in this land, in this soil, but millions of people. We do not even know yet the exact number. And indeed, he began to do many things as his team started to do a lot to find out the same questions. How could it happen? How could it be? And again, why is it, forgive me please, then in Russia, the ambassador of Russia to Ukraine was Chernomyrdin. When he was invited by Russians, also died there, and Kazakhs also died during Holodomor. When he was invited to attend some to commemorate this sad event in the 20th century, he said, he put it exactly, this doesn't apply to us. What does it mean? It doesn't it seems to me that 1 million people, Russians, died during that hunger, artificial hunger that was created in Ukraine. So these people create geopolitical problems. They create these kinds of problems that lead to even to mainly to the war, but themselves in the context where we in Europe, not only we in Europe, there are many deliberations whether you can consider its Nazi crimes and Stalinist crimes, to think them of the power. And as you know, they've adopted 3 or 4 resolutions that yes, you can. This is just a crime of totalitarian regimes, and they will compare. So at the end, I would like to ask you 2 questions so far before I have found any answer, and mention some initiatives. The first question is, why is it that official Russia right now does not want to, is reluctant to imagine or present, does not want to present itself as a victim of Stalinism? This is a great issue. Georgia and others, I just attended the Museum of Occupation in Tbilisi. They didn't find it easy either, because Comrade Stalin, if you know, and Comrades Beria were, if you ask me, ethnic Georgians, if you ask me, right? Exactly. It's not simple for them to write the history, but there are museums where they somehow discuss these purges in the Baltic republics, in Poland, in Hungary. Everywhere you go in Eastern Europe, you would find these museums. And why is it that Russia doesn't want to acknowledge? And why Russia doesn't want to acknowledge it is a victim of Stalinism. And there was an excellent émigré Russian journal that is named Continent. It was published in Paris. And it accepted publications from Russian authors, from Polish authors, and people from all of the Eastern Europe. And they have somehow come to an agreement, because we all suffered in Stalinism that destroyed people and destroyed our cultures too, our Russian culture, our Polish culture, and so on. Why is it that you have to say right now that Stalin, was not so bad? We also keep saying,
we understand that not all Russians agree with that, and there are many groups of people and people who try to do something to prevent rehabilitation of Stalin. And I could talk to them, and I like them, and I talked to the drama company in the Komsomolsk upon Amur. It's Russian Far East. It's made up of 4 people, and they are great guys, and they staged a drama which is called I Am, and they came to the Lyon of France to demonstrate that drama. So I went to Lyon specifically to watch that drama. So the entire audience, even those who don't know anything about Russia, were weeping. They were very much touched. So it really affects those who saw the Stalin purges, and those who saw the Nazi crimes. And I said that the company was made up of 4 people, and why did they live and work in the Komsomolsk upon Amur in the Russian Far East? Because someone's grandmother or grandfather were deported there. When you read the name of this city, Komsomolsk, and you think that Komsomolsk upon Amur was built by members of the Komsomol, it's a lie. It was built by the prisoners of the Gulag. And it is to be made known. And the title of the drama, which is I Am, means that we know, we exist. And they link it with some demonstrations and rallies in Russia in 2011, 2012.
and it means that if you take to the street, it means that you are a citizen of your country, and you don't want to be mistreated. That you show them that you will not allow them to get you arrested or killed. So those people, like those artists, they do a great job. One can only admire. I understand everything but one thing, and that's the question I'm going to ask you. You were telling us about your grandmother, and I felt your pain. I told you about my father, and I hope that you also felt my pain and my disgust of Nazism and the like. But I frequently have some meetings, and once I interviewed a colleague of mine, a professor in Riga. He came from the Russian-speaking family, so his parents came to Riga after World War II. He's a very smart person, so began talking about the relations between the Russian-speaking and the ethnic Latvians. And he said, I don't condemn Stalin. We began arguing, and he asked me if I believed everything was written about Solzhenitsyn. I said I did, and I think it's a great deed what he did. And since he had no access to archives, perhaps he made some mistakes, but I think that's the man of the era. But my opponent said that it was propaganda, and then we had a couple of drinks, and he began telling me about his grandparents. One of them was executed, others were deported because they were blamed for being kulaks, or rich farmers. But in this case, I do not understand. That person, his grandparents were either executed or deported. I don't understand why he does not hate the system, which lies in the root of everything. That's a question, and I think that this question is quite relevant both to my generation and to you. Because I don't think that it concerns only the Russians. It concerns all the Europeans. And I just want to mention a couple of things. First, the events in the Museum of Perm city. In the sense that some people, we do not know who, are going to close that political purchase museum, and I mean talking about the monument to Stalinist purchase. My first reaction was if they had to do the same with the Dachau concentration camp, I would come there with a knife. So I would act, but looks like in Russia it is allowed to tear down monuments to Stalin purchased. Is it allowed? But I would like to conclude on a positive note, and I think I would say that I really admire that recent project, which is called The Last Address. You know, like in Berlin, when you are entering Berlin, there are some stones reading that here lived a Jewish person who was arrested and then executed. It's not only in Berlin. I saw those stones in Berlin, and looking at that, you feel sad. Life is sad, and you understand that those people are still around you. And in Russia, people once thought that the same could be done in various cities. If victims to Stalin purges repressions lived in some cities, perhaps we can commemorate them by writing their names on the walls, on the plates, on the stones. And I think if there is such a civil initiative, and so far it's not a universal project, but I think the Moscow Department of Culture here in Moscow supports that initiative. So I think in Russia we can also see some positive changes and positive initiatives, and that means that not everything is lost. In Europe in 20th century, we lost millions of people. Let's do our utmost to prevent it from happening again. Not here, not in Europe. Thank you. Questions? You'll get some. The colleagues, Professor Rissier made an excellent presentation. With your permission, I'll give the first floor to the person who is working on the historical memory, and we have the pleasure to accompany Dmitry Gurin, who is our graduate and our expert. And Dmitry wrote a number of books dedicated to similar episodes. First of all, I would like to say that I was really very much satisfied listening to Cecil. I think those questions and matters you have outlined and identified, I think, could be the main questions to be discussed under these circumstances. I would allow myself to make a brief comment. Perhaps it will not relate directly to those bullet points you have identified and outlined, but I think it may serve some kind of an approach to answering your questions. It seems to me that in the phenomenon of memory here in Russia, the most interesting thing is those paradoxes related to the substitution and distortion facts and the notions. You were talking about the displacement of notions. You referred to the use of the word fascism today, but those substitutions and distortions are based on the perception of facts. And perhaps there is even the third dimension. And you also mentioned about that, and you said that the feeling of pain is also made use of. That's some distortions in the dimension of feelings. And where do all those distortions come from, and how we can address them? It seems to me that, and when I say we, I mean those who deal professionally with matters of memory. And I think that we are not very much honest when we call two phenomena, different phenomena, with the same words. So the personal memory and social memory are different things. The first phenomenon can be explained with the help of some psychology instruments, while the other phenomenon belongs to a culture. And the notion of memory can be used only tentatively. So what happens when we switch to private personal memory to cultural memory notion, social memory, in other words? I'd like to recall what Karl Mannheim said about the social memory that is being taken, that takes shape in groups. So Karl Mannheim used to say that knowledge is social knowledge is something that is taken shape in social groups. So that's the group experience. So if it is true, then we can really think of some kind of translation of private personal memories, family memories, group memories, which turns into social memory. And then different versions of that memory may collide, and as other German, Mr. Habermas put it, we can try to look for some rational explanation through communications. However, it doesn't work in the societies that experience totalitarian regimes, and Mannheim told about that. although he referred to Hitler society, and he said that every tyrant starts by splitting and destroying groups, so they destroy group memories. And if it is true again, then we can really translate that particular notion to the current times, when the events have taken place now are described based not only on the basis of your own personal experience, but also on the basis of the construct embedded in one's minds. And to look answers to the questions you outlined, you need to visit the social dimension, trying to figure out what's the construct of the society. Is there any group solidarity? Is there any common memory for the groups? Or if there is a mediator between personal things and ideological constructs, focusing on memory? Thank you. Would you respond to that comment immediately? No, I think I agree with what has been said, since it's really true to fact. That's today's problem, the way I see it. And perhaps I will speak of patriotism again. There are calls for promoting patriotism, but what is patriotism? Will you teach your children to fire from the Kalashnikov rifle, or are you going to set up those groups to promote common memory on personal pains? That's the question. If there is a group, if there is the community and agreement among the Russian people, so that they genuinely want, they genuinely want to build a society that would share that memory. And really, it's a question how we can build that society in Russia. So I fully agree with you, 100%. Konstantin, your question, please. I'm Konstantin Krylov from St. Petersburg. I'm also a historian. I'll just try to answer the question. I think the answer is not in the dimension of the historical memory, but it's in the dimension of the power myths. So in the 1980s, there are two power myths opposing each other. Soviet Union is one, victory in World War II, Gagarin, no purges and repressions. And on the other hand, there was another myth that the Soviet Union was also only the Gulag, repressions, executions, and people were faced just with a choice, before a choice, to live with Gagarin and victory or with Gulag. And as a result, we are dealing with the not with the personal memory, but the memory of metaphorical conscience. And Stalin is a builder of the state, Denikin was the defender of the state, and they are not in conflict. And Lenin and Yeltsin are both had to do with the destruction of the state, and difference is leveraged. In terms of intellectual things, I can agree with you. But it seems to me that we talk about different things. I'm 100% agree with you when you say that there seem to be two myths, but I would stop short of calling it a myth. And there are some stories which portray the Soviet Union, that was the country of Gagarin and the victory, and there were a great number of people who lived well in 1960s, 1970s, 1930s. They were not affected, and there are others who suffered from purges and repressions. And I don't think that the two phenomena can be equated. Yes, in the Soviet Union, we saw wonderful things, and we saw people there who lived well, and you all know who they were. But can we say, can we claim, and it's not a myth, and you know, it's a sin. It's sinful, even beyond a religious framework, that you can equate them. You cannot equate with them with Yuri Gagarin. And it's not even a conflict between liberals and the state-minded people, but those crimes that were committed in Russia, not only in Russia, they were just killings, murders. So how can you treat that? And to say that there are two myths and you have to pick one, it's not a solution. I didn't say that they had to. I said that the people were faced with the two myths, and I used the US approaches of, say, Mr. Anderson and their interpretation. I don't think it's correct, and perhaps we don't call it myths, two perhaps opinions, but they cannot be equated. Your question, please. Amanda Bondakova from Moscow. I was specifically struck by your story about a person whose relatives had been purged and exiled, but he didn't admit that the times of purges had been terrible. So I wonder if he finally explained to you why he thought so. And if not, can you explain why it happened? Perhaps it can be explained by some feeling of blame, guilt. Professor Jeffrey Hosking, who spoke before, he wrote a very interesting article on the trust in Russia, and there is also a story about perhaps Bukharin's life, great communist official purged during the Stalin time. In her diary, she admits that perhaps her husband was guilty, but the fact was that he was surrounded by traitors who misled her husband, and she wrote that it's those traitors who were to be purged. So people seems to have lost their social guidance. They lost their confidence that they had no guilt. Perhaps you explored that topic, and you can then give us your ideas about that. Yes, that's truly a very important point. And at the beginning, I studied both Soviet culture during Stalin times, after the war and before, and I found a lot of people who spent 20 years in labor camps and prisons, and then they were released and said that they had not put blame on Stalin, but it was happening during the Soviet times. So if you read a novel by Anna Tchaikovskaya, where she explains and justifies those purges, but the moment her son was arrested, she was about to change her mind, but still he justified even then Stalin. During the Soviet time, it was terrible to admit. What is the worst feeling? It is the fact that all those good wishing people find themselves in a system that decides that they are enemies. I strongly recommend you to see that drama from Komsomolsk na Amur, or another drama tough route, it is called, and in that drama, most of the people were arrested, and the main idea is that some mistakes can be justified or not. The professor didn't give me any answer, and he's a smart person. And I told him, I said to him that you say those things here and these things there, and he got my point. It's about psychology, and she realized that it's not in common sense to act so. Now we can say that Stalin was a criminal, and with that we try to find some psychological reasons for that. But in his mind, he realized he had justified the person who had imposed too much pain on his family. And it could be explained during the Soviet times, but I don't want it to be repeated now in Russia. I mean, the justification of Stalin, and certainly that professor didn't give me any thorough explanations. Anna Varro from Yaroslavl. Cecil and I had a long talk already, but I would like to entertain not the collective but personal memory story. You know that there is a psychological faculty of the person to forget everything that is bad and memorize everything that is good, and that's why your father didn't want to speak about the bad, and the soldiers who returned from World War II didn't want to speak about that, and the Gulag prisoners didn't want to recall those times. Perhaps some years later, 20 years later, as in your case, when you asked the father when he was already old, you asked him about those days, he gave you an answer. I think it's more a comment than a question, and so now I think is the times when in the historical science scholars and researchers try to collect what we call oral or verbal history. I think for a historian it's very important not only to work with archives and analyze those materials and write publications, but it's also very important to collect verbal or oral stories. There are not many, but you can still find some, and perhaps it's not only for the historians to do, and perhaps we can do it in our families with our relatives, so those verbal oral stories are not lost. You can regard my comment as a call upon you to do so. At our schools with school children, we have some projects when they ask their relatives to tell them stories about their grandparents, great-grandparents, who they don't know much about and whose photographs they have not seen at all. That's patriotism, I think. Again, I agree with you 100%, and I could add only one thing. If my father was reluctant to speak about that, it doesn't mean that he wanted to forget about that. It's because it was such a strong injury that he couldn't speak about that. And then he wrote his memoirs. He didn't even write about that. Similarly, things happened to former Gulag prisoners, as it happened with Ginsburg, Shalamov, and who decided first that they had to survive to tell those terrible stories. And the question is how you can understand that. My father was 19 when he was imprisoned and lived in the intolerable conditions, and after that he wanted to revive his life, and he did. But those nightmares followed him, and inside me I feel that those feelings have not passed. I think similar things are happening in Russia. We need to help those people. We should relieve those people of those horrible stories. And in Russia, with that strong formal history in the Soviet times, you need to do make immediate steps to collect those stories while people are still alive. And speaking of myths, we don't want to ruin and destroy myths that our grandfathers entertained. But anyway, we need to collect all those stories. I think it's bad news for you. We have only 4 minutes to go, and I can allow only the last question. Artyom, please. I'm Artyom Filatov from St. Petersburg. I'm not a historian. I'm a journalist and a philologist by education. My question is about the language of the description of those events that happened. Speaking of massive purges and massive language of description, then the language with most of the people is not mastered, because when people then they find a lot of people missing around you, and you hear the stories that they had been arrested. Well, and a conventional person can hardly find linguistic ways to describe that. It's Anna Akhmatova who can write poems about the arrest and execution of her husband. And that's something that is kept later on as literature, but not as a family narrative. And perhaps it's also not a question, it's rather a comment, but I would like you to give your opinion on that. So I think that's the power, the authorities that are mostly responsible for the fact that that massive language of description of historical events has not taken shape in Russia. And those latest decisions, such as closing a museum in Perm, the authorities prevent that language of description taking shape. So who do you think is responsible for that, and what is primary, what is secondary? Again, that brings us to the eternal Russian question, who is to blame? But anyway, I think you made the right point that a lot depends on the language of description, and if you cannot find words to express those tragedies and horrors, if there are no words to convey the story, it's one thing. In France, there was no totalitarian state, and nevertheless, people find it difficult to describe the horrors of Nazis' regime, although they had the language. And the dilemma is if everybody is to blame or nobody is to blame, but the public kept silent, and power is guilty. But those who alleged they were not interested, and those who called upon others to forget about those times and understand it was not a nice story, and they also were kind of preventing the collection of all those memoirs. As for the language, I've been sitting here for several days, and it seems to me that we had to speak more on how we use same words in a different context. When I spoke of fascism or Nazism, and as Alexei Simonov put it, he said that people believe that law is zakon in Russian, but it's not the same. When the word law is pronounced in Russian, I understand that it differs from the English or US understanding of law. So I wouldn't say that those are the equivalents. So we should really study and explore our past, our pain, in order to come to terms on the words we are using. And no matter if the authorities want it or not, and For instance, Raginsky, and heard some positive things about that. He's going to say that there are various museums, and but still, you cannot expect the authorities to do everything. So it would be great to restore all those memoirs, and the moment you start doing that, the next catastrophe or disaster comes to your door. And in conclusion, dear colleagues, I would like to say that, if my memory serves me right, it was in 2009, Orlando Defias, the historian of Britain, published his story entitled Sane and Whisper, and it contains memoirs of those who survived Stalin purges, and the group collected a number of more than 100 of testimonies of the kind, and he compiled those stories and published a big book on that. Today, the entire Russian society, we can say, speak by whispering, and what really struck the historian was the fact that the society was not, people were not prepared to speak about their experience aloud, even today. Professor Susyan's points and focus of attention she expressed to us today is very important, because it really concerns the fact that it's very important is explained by the desire of so many people trying to ask their questions. But we should not be disillusioned, and let's hope that Professor will come to us again, and we will continue talking on that particular subject. Thank you very much.
Григорий, скажите, пожалуйста, а вот сколько он греется, проектор? То есть вот сейчас он не нужен. Мы его можем выключить пока? 2-3 минуты ему нужно, чтобы прогреться? Угу, хорошо. Покажете, где кнопка включительная?
Кружочечки, садитесь, пожалуйста, за стол. Мы начинаем.
Dear colleagues, please take up your seats. Colleagues, you are welcome. We shall now continue with our agenda, and this will be a session which is somewhat different from other sessions of the seminar, because when we opted for the topic, we did not suspect that we would have an opportunity to attract Dominik Kozlowski to this presentation, and this is indeed the only reason why we have not indicated her name. But there will be two persons co-hosting this session, and Dominik Kozlowski will speak about this for the first part of the presentation. She's the editor-in-chief of Znak, or Sign magazine, which deals with the problems of religion. Unfortunately, I don't speak Polish, so I can't say anything more specific, but I hope our speaker will tell us about it. Besides, Dominik is a philosopher by education and by vocation, as far as I understand, because otherwise she would have hardly been editing a magazine of this subject. With respect to the formulation of the topic, as given in the program, we have to perceive it in somewhat wider terms, because I am certainly prepared to move out of the framework, and but eventually you will see, and this is a philosophically quite understandable thing, that we shall have a general picture of my subject. So we will have Dominik's presentation for about 20 minutes. 20 to 25 minutes, whereupon I shall take up 20 to 25 minute time myself, and the moderator will be Marina Skorikov, who is a very, very good moderator. And then we shall repeat this procedure according to the same model. So it is my pleasure to give the floor to our friend and expert.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I'm so happy to be here because it's my first time in Russia. I've been several times in Ukraine, where my grandmother was born, but I've never been before in Russia. So I'm a little bit stressed because of the important summer school. So thank you for the introduction. I'm even more happy to have opportunity to present some of my ideas. There is a great atmosphere here. Lectures and discussions are so absorbing and vivid, even sometimes emotional. At the beginning, I will say a few words about me and about Znak magazine. So I'm come from Krakow in Poland, where I work as editor-in-chief in Znak Monthly, social and religion magazine. Znak was established by the group of Catholic intellectuals shortly after the Second World War was ending in 1946, so it was a long, long time ago. During communistic period, it was one of few independent but legally published titles, and also it was a part of larger Znak movement, which had used all possible legal ways to build a civil society of free, independent thinking citizens in communistic period. During 1970s and 1980s, Znak was one of few informal centers of dialogue between Catholics and non-Catholics democratic opposition. But also today, we are one of titles which create public debate on religion and social issues. I did my postdoctoral studies on philosophy, as Andrew said. I publish on religion and its place in democracy, church-state relationship, and secularization. Today, I would speak about the Christian religion and the role of law in Europe. There are 3 points which I see as important. First is the rule of law as the foundation of European social order. The second one is the importance of relationship between religion and the modern freedoms. And finally, I would speak about the specific role of religion in transformation process in Poland. So, when we are speaking about the rule of law in Europe, in European tradition, law has often been thought of as rooted in some things and qualities like nature, reason, God, civilization, the state, and opposed to others like, immorality, for example, emotions, barbarism, and violence. But maybe it's a kind of stereotype. Nowadays in Europe, the rule of law is a fundamental component of democratic society and is defined as the principle that all members of society, both citizens and rulers, accept. In a democracy, the rule of law is manifested in an independent judiciary, a free press, and a system of checks and balances, which we were talking yesterday. For example, throughout free elections. The rule of law is also responsible for the proper functioning of a market economy, which we also were talking here. I see private property right as a key component for the state development. But there is also another one aspect. It's important not to confuse, in my opinion, not to confuse rule of law with rule by law. What I see, there are a few essential elements of rule of law. So the first, there is a set of clear, known, and fair rules. The process by which the laws are enacted and enforced is accessible, fair, and efficient. We have a mechanism to ensure the proper application of the rules. Then, conflicts in the application of the rules can be resolved through decisions of independent bodies. There are known procedures for changing the rules where they no longer serve their purpose. Access to justice is provided by competent, independent, and ethical law enforcement. And finally, seventh, every person in society is treated equally under the law. It means that the government itself is bound by the law. However high you might be, it doesn't matter. You might be the prime minister or the imam or the archbishop or the judge or whoever else, all are equally subject to the law. All these 7 points in European tradition represent formal aspects of the rule of law, and they are integral part of legal system. In one European country it works better, in another works worse, but for all there is a benchmark, I hope, at least, that there is a benchmark. But there is also another points which have, substantial or even ethical meaning, and which make the difference between rule of law and rule by law more clearer. The existence of law, as this mentioned above, is necessary but not sufficient. The law must also have been rooted in human rights and the human dignity. That is why we say every person is equal under the law. I will give you 2 examples which we were talking today with Cecile. First one, Nazi put Jews in concentration camps and thereafter sent them to the gas chambers. That was a law which empowered such acts to be done. But that was rule by law, not rule of law. It was action against human dignity, and therefore it was unjust. Second example, during the apartheid regime in South Africa, repressive and racially discriminatory actions against the black majority were justified by unjust laws. It was possible, as we know. Nowadays, having all historical experience, we recognize that woman or children dignity is the same as a man, black the same as a white. My enemies have the same fundamental human rights as me. And this perspective don't exclude the process of reconciliation between individuals and nations, which should be based on the historical truths. In social life, the truth must be recognized, and what is much more important, must be telling. Otherwise, injustice and past mistakes would be replaced by the spirit of revenge. And that is also, I hope, the Christian point of view. So that is why, to these 7 points, we have to add another one, the 8th point. The law must protect fundamental rights and freedoms, including the security of persons and property, right to self-determination, which I simply see as a right to be happy, right to liberty, right to fair justice, freedom of movement, freedom of thought, which I also see as a right to critical thinking, even its critic of government, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, which I see as a right to be heard, also important, and last but not least, right to public meetings and freedom of association, which nowadays is, in my opinion, the most important social power. In Europe, there are 2 common ways of recognizing the truth about dignity of each individual. In my opinion, there is a Christianity and Judaism and non-religious humanity. Very often, both are situated as opposition, but in my opinion, both are connected and also rooted in the same human nature. I know, that's my private experience, I know a lot of good, fair and honest people, which bring me hope that people of goodwill, even they are non-religious, can make the world better. What differs is that Christian attitude opens us on redemption, on the perspective on redemption, and that's the fundamental difference, in my opinion. In Europe, we used to think that French Enlightenment began in Europe the process of secularization, which is often understood as a freedom from religion, as process of emancipation humankind from primitive form of knowledge. This is a part of black-white dualistic point of view, which is still existing in Europe, but I'm convinced that we can derive values from both traditions, what make our European tradition more open for all people. In Polish constitution, with great sentence, which was prepared by Stefan Wilkanowicz, previous editor-in-chief of Znak Monthly, we, the Polish nation, all citizens of the Republic, both those who believe in God as the source of truth, justice, good, and beauty, as well as those not sharing such faith, but respecting those universal values as arising from another sources. In justice society, in my opinion, can develop every person and complete person. I mean, in every dimensions. That is the crucial point, in my opinion. In the next step, we have to ask about religion and democracy relationship. That is significant that democracy ruled in 72% of the Christian states, but in only 4% of the Islamic countries. It was, the data are before Arabian Spring, but we were talking if something was changed in recent years. And 37% of the nations that followed other religions. It seems that modern way of democratization is deeply influenced by Christianity, but nowadays this is a very hard friendship. In Europe, we have three different ways of cooperation between church and the state. There are several European countries with long-standing democracies which have maintained established churches. So first pattern is one dominant national church connected with religion freedom of another churches. For example, England, Scotland, the Nordic Lutheran countries, the Greece. I think maybe Russia is quite similar to this pattern, but I'm not sure. The second pattern is radical separation from religion in public life. This is a pattern which nowadays is following by France. In France, the state protects the freedom of religion of all its citizens, Catholic, Protestant, Jew, and Muslim, as long as their religion remains private. And the third pattern is called friendly separation between institutional religion and state. It appears in biconfessional countries such as Germany, Switzerland, and in Catholic countries like Italy, Spain, and also in Poland, we have friendly separation. But we see that the pattern depends on historical experience of which countries or current social reasons such as religious practice and number of religious minorities. What I claim is that modern democratic state can go along with church and religion, cannot go without it. Why? It may be interesting to ask if the interesting papers published by European Union politics, they find that Catholics have been far stronger supporters of European integration than Protestants have. But what is more significant, the devout in both traditions have more in favor of the integration process than has. Underlying support for European Union may be dwindling. It partly explains why such a radical project has retained public support for over 4 decades, and why that support has declined in actually a Christian democratic project. Now, the main Christian democratic parties in European Parliament is EPP. Of course, European Union is the first and foremost an economic community, but in the early post-war years, European call and century, the most important step towards modernity in Catholic Church was the Second Vatican Council, which took place in the 1960s. And it opened church for the ecumenical movement, which, in my opinion, is very, very important for Europe, without, in my opinion. As I said previously, the very first step of European integration was about Polish church and Polish experience, which is, in my opinion, very interesting. Because liberal democracy under the rule of law, second, building a market economy, and third, establishing a civil society. anniversary of the first free elections, which took place on 4th June 1989. From this perspective, I can assume that introducing society-orientated culture, I mean civil society-orientated culture, what was the role of Catholic Church? In Poland, the Catholic Church supported the resistance against the communist regime for over 20 years, since 1970s to 1980s. It contributed to the regime's collapse and defended Poland's national identity, Poland's culture, ethical values such as solidarity, respect for another's right to freedom and democracy. But in the opening years of the transformation, the social confidence to the church collapsed. The church certainly did have some trouble with its new role in freedom society. Bishops spoke ex cathedra in paternalistic fashion, expecting to be treated as authority figures in all political matters, and not accepting any criticism. Also, the political actors of the post-1989 period have used religion for their own aims, and it was successful. Normality of relations between religion and politics was not easy to achieve after the almost half century of regime. But as I said, transformation brings changes in all dimensions of social life, family, work, and space-time. It has also consequences for Poles' religiosity. We are still a very devout society, and I think quite conservative. Almost 90% of society is baptized in one of Christian church. The Catholic Church is the largest one, but remember that before Second World War, Poland was multi-religious and multinational country. Nowadays has one big Catholic Church. There are no a lot of Jews or Lutherans in Poland. Almost 30% of our population before the Second World War was Jews, Orthodox, or Lutheran. Now it changes. Nowadays, almost 30% of Catholics participate in Sunday Holy Mass, and 16% get Holy Communion. The large part of those who aren't recognized Christian values. What, in my opinion, is significant, as society, we are now ready for opening debate about the place of church in the state and the role of religion, both in social and private life. People wish church would concentrate on its evangelical mission, and religion would bring into social life ethical values and social bond. Nowadays, we start to discuss about the role of financing churches from public budget, about presence of religion in schools, about the program of sexual education in school, which currently is controlled by churches institution, about the family and the homosexuality, gender, it was on agenda last month, about in vitro. Church and religion can play a positive role in civil society unless they realize their evangelical mission. But unfortunately, church has also social and political force, which is often taken as its primary phase. So thank you very much for your attention.
Да, дорогие друзья, на самом деле мы однажды на нашем семинаре...
Thank you very much. I think about a year ago we turned to this most interesting topic as to how the church may influence in a positive way the development of a civil society. And one of the things that has been mentioned is how this has been done in Poland. And indeed, we did have an expert from Krakow, your compatriot. So it is of double importance to be able to explain and consider this topic again. This was indeed when Mr. Michnik and we had a Polish seminar. Mr. Kiryanov.
Good day. Alexei Kiryanov, Rostov-Don. Don't you think that the Second Vatican changed dogmas turned the Catholic Church from religious organization into certain charity club by interest, and the Church no longer influences the society, and the Church turned into a public organization instead of being somewhere in heaven. I think it was in the 60s, in the Vatican Council, in the 60s somewhere.
Thank you very much for your thank you very much for your question. In Poland, also in my magazine, we've got a lot of discussion about the Second Vatican Council, and your point is also present in our discussions. So, well, in my opinion, the most significant movement now in the Catholic Church is the new evangelization, which is absolutely faith-based movement. So that's it. This is our point when we have to start about the Church and about the Catholicism and about the Christianity. Of course, as I said, during Second Vatican Council, Church was relocated as state-orientated to a civil society-orientated institution. But what it means, it doesn't mean, in my opinion, that Church becomes a charity organization. But it rather means that when you are a devout Catholic, you have to find a way to build a better society, to more justice society. But first step to build a more justice, more human, open society is to become a witness in this society and to do the best you can do. Of course, in Poland, Catholic Church is one of the biggest charity organizations. But this kind of mission, in my opinion, is on the second level. The first level is new evangelization and the way of finding God in my own life and build a relationship with a religion community. But that's my opinion, of course.
Наиль, пожалуйста.
Nail from Ufa. My question. Polish Catholic Church is the alternative center of attraction of democratic and liberal people. They may influence the society as well. Certain governmental services are concerned about these processes. Were the attempts of the special services to influence somehow the activity of church, to introduce their own agents? And if there were such attempts, how the church fought such attempts?
Sorry, because I was not sure if I understood well your questions. In Poland, also in Krakow, we've got few commissions which were called, it was Church Commission, followed to research studies on priests and church people's collaboration with communist regime. For example, Ksiądz Isakowicz-Zaleski, also from Krakow, he had published a large book in my Znak publicity house. It was his studies on personal memory, history of witness, and history of person who collaborate with communist regime. So in Poland, we've got a big discussion about decommunization, about the process of decommunization, how to do this, and what is the meaning of process of decommunization in the process of transformation of building new democratic society. As I said, reconciliation is possible unless we will run historical researches and we know the truth about the past. So I think in this matter, in Poland, we've got a lot of problems and troubles with Catholicism, with our Catholicism. But in this matter, we had a quite open discussion and very emotional, of course. Now, after this anniversary, I think this period in Poland becomes to be more and more close.
Так, вопрос из Польши.
Thank you, Mateusz Luft from Poland. And I just wanted to ask you if we had in Poland few scandals about about Golgota Picnic show, and also about all the time in every discussion about in vitro abortion, these controversial issues, the religious argument stands on the is important and is very important to make in making decision. Do you think these religious arguments are available or are needed in public discussion?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mateusz, for your question. In my opinion, there are few levels. It's easy to confuse argument which seems to be religion, but is rather ideological or political argument. So there's first thought. After 1989, we saw that Catholicism in Poland has many different faces. For example, if 90% of our society is baptized, and in our society there are people who has left-orientated opinion, who are conservative, integral Catholics, or progressive Catholics. So, and all these people used their religion, their Catholicism from time to time as an argument in discussion. So, in my opinion, in public debate, we should to put an effort to find some rational arguments. Of course, there is a big question in Poland about the meaning of the natural law, which I mean there is a law which is built on the faith and on the revolution. True. But natural law theory is one of the philosophical theory which can be used in public debate. And it's very, very important not to lost your opinion, lost your faith in home, keep it private, but to find how can I explain my point of view in such a rational argumentation.
Тимофей, пожалуйста.
Timofey Grigoriuk, Yaroslavl. In Europe, there is a region which is called Scandinavia. By all means, it's one of the most successful European regions. And that's the region where the civil society is well developed. There are so many organizations per capita. Scandinavia is the most atheist region of Europe. Up to 40% of the population are atheists. In other European countries, this figure is much lower. How can you correlate this data with your thesis about the role of the church in the development of civil society?
Of course, in Europe, there is a large process of secularization, which I think appears in all countries. For example, in Poland, now we discuss what it means for Poles, because I said that Poles still very devout society, and what it means. It means that process of secularization doesn't appear in Poland. No. It means that even devout Catholics in Poland changes his attitude toward, I don't know, how I understand what is family, what is work-life balance, what it means for my, what is my personal attitude toward maternity or fatherhood or whatever else to. But when we are talking about secularization, I think in Europe we've got 2 or 3 different patterns of secularization. For example, in Lutheran countries, as mentioned by you, were established official national churches. Secularization now is much more harder than, for example, in Poland or in Italy or in traditional Catholic country. Another way is Spain or French, which are very old Catholic countries. For example, in France, now we've got wrong separation between religion and public state. But seculars who made researches on the process of secularization, and they find suggestions that it means the end of religion, now changes their mind, and because the new phenomena, new social phenomena in Europe, like, as I mentioned, the movement of new evangelization, which is evangelization of Europe, which is Christian continent. Yeah. So it's the new way of understanding what is evangelization. But we've got researches which show that Catholics or devout Christians are usually engaged in civil society orientated activity, like working for charity organizations or working with poor or with families. So this is this kind of potential about which I was talking, where I was when I said about the European integration.
Саша Шитова, по-моему, да, хочет вопрос задать?
And this would be the final question in this circle. Alexander from Pskov.
The freedom of expression and as a fundamental right, you speak about the religion in the European country, but I have the question about the Pussy Riot case, because I really want to know what you think about it and what you do about the role of political actors in such situation. Thank you.
So I think that Pussy Riot has a right to show their shows because, as I said, civil society-orientated culture and the rule of law must be, in my opinion, must be grounded on fundamental human rights. And there is a right to liberty, which is, in my opinion, right to express your thoughts, express your opinion. And also Mateusz asked about the same case in Poland, Golgota Picnic, which was prohibited in Poland. It was the same case in Poland, but we try to. In Poland, we've got a very emotional discussion about it. Finally, it was prohibited, but parallel in many Polish countries, it were meetings and the text of the Golgota Picnic were reading, and people were discuss about this. So I hope it will. It was only one case, this kind in Poland.
Андрей Александрович, принимайте эстафету.
Okay, Andrei Alexandrovich, it's your turn. Colleagues, first we have to thank our expert for the presentation. I take the relay. I made a brief introduction, and you understood that myself and Dominika, we didn't discuss what we are going to talk about, so our presentations will not be similar to each other. They will be different subject matters, although there is the same basic topic, which is in the program. Before going into political sciences, I studied religion, and I'm a philosopher by education, so I dealt with subject matters related to the existence of religion in our modern and not very modern society. And I forgot about it for a while, about this part of my life, because I thought that it's more important to change our country, to try to make it better, But then suddenly I saw what happens to our church, which reached the social and political arena and did it quite actively. So I decided that I have to study again or pay some attention to these issues of Christianity and its fate. What I'm going to offer you would be a brief study of religion and culture in order to understand how religion came into different cultures. I favor a Canadian philosopher, Charles Taylor, who wrote a book, Secular Age, which proves that since 1500, Europe moves towards secularization. It is getting more and more secular, free from religion, and Taylor proves it. And it says it was based on certain internal mechanisms of Christian developments. In Christianity, there was a cultural chip which made it at a certain stage of its development to start killing itself and giving birth to something new. To understand the Christian idea, Judeo-Christian idea, let's put it this way. So to understand it better, I need some ground. I need Christian understanding of the God and to compare it with something. To have this kind of object of comparison, I turn to religions which do not look like Christianity. That's Far East religion, Chinese religion. Daoism was a topic of my interest all along. I read books on Confucianism. So over there, I took the reference group for comparison our Christian notions of the God with other. Now we may get down to business. This is my chief conclusion, and I'm going to reach this. But this is not the last conclusion, though. Here is this conclusion. Evidently, notions of people about deities are closely connected with the way this or that civilization passes, because people understand the highest order on the basis of their attitude towards the world and the level of activity, style of activity, which they choose when they live in this world. So there is a difference between Christianity and Far East religious culture, and there are different views on the idea of a human being and his place in the world. So, grown by Christianity, understanding of the God moved the Western civilization to acquiring technology, and Chinese followed their line against technology, and that's why China fell back from Europe, and this gap is filled only now. This is the introduction. If you believe Joseph Needham from America, the spiritual basis of the Far East culture lacked something of importance, which allowed the West to give birth to technologies. This was monolithic combination of knowledge and action, hence the future victories of Europe over the rest of the world. Needham writes, within the first 4 years of Christian era, Europe took from Asia lots of scientific achievements without knowing their origin. At the beginning of the 20th century, Chinese were not interested in goods from Europe. Europeans sent special missions to find out secrets of traditional Chinese industry, and there was a full list of these secrets, but I was interested in the fact that they did not bring any use to the culture which generated them. They were just vignettes, small, simple decorations. You may say that Chinese invented a compass, for instance, but they didn't need it. In their mindful carcass, they did not need to discover anything. Europeans used it later because they took this particular invention and many others, and they used it to their benefit, which might not be implemented in the Chinese culture. Dear colleagues, I attract your attention to a very interesting story which happened with a watch, which is used by all of us. We have testimony that the first watch mechanism appeared in China in 1725. In Europe, it happened in China in 7th, but in 13th in Europe. And Chinese forgot how to make watch. And watch turned into a very important item of European export into China. Switzerland watchmakers made special oriental versions of watch for China. Altogether, as Benjamin Schwartz says, Confucian culture, which dominated in the Chinese society for centuries, showed the desire for technological innovations, and they related it with war and additional luxury, which is a pathology of civilization. This is a very interesting inversion. You invent something, then you send it somewhere, and others acquire it and then say that this is our own. I will talk about the general motive. So there is monocentrism of the West and polycentrism of the East. It's a number of gods in this or that culture. In traditional China, there were either too many deities or there were none. In the second case, there was the law, which was called Tao, which was called sky, or principle of the natural. In case of Christianity, culturologists say that they say that there is only one God. And this, our Christian God, is a person who regularly works on improving the world, on turning it into something different. The important thing is that humans are attracted to this kind of labor. And people say that the theocentric approach, which made the Europeans turn to life the way the Europeans do. So you have to say that hence there is a strong desire of Europeans to conquer the surrounding space. They go out of their borders and conceive their own geographical discoveries in time of geographic discoveries as the continuation of the god's activity. Columbus wrote that his travels are continuation of the god's work. He did it following the god's order, but the question is why? But Columbus has a natural answer for this.
Certainly the system of monotheism, systems where they only recognize the existence of one and only God, they have happened in human history before Christianity. But Christianity was extremely original and new for one reason, because of the activity, because of that attention that is being paid to activity. And I would not stop at how St. Thomas has reprocessed, has reworked the philosophy by Aristotle. But what is important in the context of my deliberations is that Christianity has borrowed from Aristotle a very important idea. Aristotle says that every final creature is something but is that active. They seek perfection. They seek to, so that in every further minute of their history to become something other than what it is at this time. Something else. To go beyond, overcome, and go beyond oneself. If we speak about something that is endless, infinite, it will be perceived as something infinitely active. And if we read the Bible very attentively, and if we read the works by the founding fathers of the Church, you would see that European culture assigns outstanding importance to activity. The God of the Europeans turns out to be pure activity, pure action. There is this excellent writer who certainly is known to all those who are here who have children. His name is Clive Staples Lewis, who is the author of the Chronicles of Narnia. He was also an outstanding Protestant theologist. An excellent book, Essence of Christianity. You can read it. You know that this is where probably we see the difference of Christianity from other religions. God here is not a static creature. It's not even a personality. It's a dynamic, pulsating energy. It is something almost dramatic. It is something that looks like a dance in its way. What is the first and foremost quality of God that we interpret in this way? This is ability for creativity. This is the above-mentioned ability to go beyond one's own borders and limits. At that, we are speaking here about a very interesting variety of creativity. This is a creativity that does not need or seek any premises. It follows from the inner essence of the God, and it explains and makes conditional all things that follow from it. This is where we can compare Christian myths with Babylonians and other, where chaos precedes the being, and the world is being created by God and by flesh. In Old Testament, it's born in a different manner. It's born out of pure act of God's will and nothing else. And you don't have to have any material to create all things that exist. And again, here I'm referring to Lewis. In the opinion of many, the basis of all religions is a common history of creation. In pagan gods, or one of gods, also creates the world, also makes it. But in point of fact, as Lewis adds, the creation in Christian sense of the world turns out very rare doctrine. When the history of this kind is seen in pagan religions, they seem insignificant. They stay at this point where religion turns into a fairy tale. They don't speak about the origin of the global process. Rather, they deal with the development of something that had pre-existed. It is indeed the case, and we see that Demiurge, the creator in Plato's, he just feels bored, whereas Christian God cannot but create with the world, because going beyond one's own limits and giving birth to something else, this is its essence. An outstanding Catholic theologist last century, whose name was Romano Guardini, in his article The End of the New Times, writes about this point exactly. He says the true notion of creativity, that without any inner necessity and external need, its freedom and all purposefulness and almightiness creates the world to existence. This exists only in the Bible. According to the biblical revelation, the world was created by God that does not need the world to be in any external medium or environment in order to create. And this is where I should go for the Christian interpretation of humans. If this is what is God, then certainly this will predetermine what will be the interpretation of man. As man is also co-participating in the creation, man is also oriented to transform the world and going beyond one's own limits, borders, and certain aspects. and keeps overcoming one's own accents. And like Columbus, he's got something that makes him move forward. He's not calm sitting at one place, and in his civilizational pathway, he keeps proving it to oneself. We should say that Oriental attitudes here are far less poetic. There is this myths of ancient China created by one of Chinese authors back in the 1950s. And this is where the author says that, points out that attitudes of the Orient are not that poetic as they are in Christianity. The Chinese in ancient China were convinced that people really happened out of parasites who crawled along the body of Pangu, the first man, and these parasites were dispersed by the wind everywhere, and this is how human beings came into being. And the difference between the two approaches is seen with the naked eye. That's why the problem of the creating creature that was always at all times something that interested Christian culture was never of any interest to Oriental thinkers. They just distanced themselves from them. If you look Tao Danzi, or if you read about Buddha or Tao Liu from Confucius, these great pundits refused to look at creation and creator, because if creature doesn't exist out of nowhere, then the matter of active divine intervention is not something that deserves our consideration. Well, taking it all together, I can go to the famous paradox. You've got it written on my slide. How could it happen, as Niemann asks, that China, that achieved so great success in antiquity and Middle Ages, never took part in European scientific and technological revolution that brought today's science into being? This is indeed the case. The author, as he contemplates the problem, was tending to find explanation in socio-economic history of China. Even at that, both him and his followers pointed out that in absence in Chinese culture, the idea of God creator played a great role here. What's it all about? The thing is that in Europe, transcendental beginnings not only guaranteed stability and harmony of the world that is studied by science, thus heating scientific search. This dynamically interpreted absolute set a certain paradigm, certain style of behavior by a researcher. This researcher could not be a passive observer. He was an active creator and co-creator. Because of this attitude, knowledge in Europe became a symbol of force. They identified with each other. This we see in Francis Bacon's aphorism, who said, "Knowledge is power." We even have a journal in this country named after "Knowledge is power." Well, owing to all these processes, these two things became synonymous. But in the Chinese society, that was incredible. I'm speaking about traditional China. We're not as yet moving to modernity. So please leave room for the questions what happened later on to the Chinese. And the Chinese society, this alliance would be incredible. And any attempts to create them failed. For example, followers of Mao Tse, they criticized Confucius for a formula of human passivity. They tried to work in ancient China within the European paradigm. They tried to introduce something that was elements of theism, and became researchers of European type. And these people indeed achieved success, for example, in optics, mechanics, and physics, but this branch of Chinese philosophy became a periphery and soon died, because with theocentric doctrine they were rejected. They were not needed by traditional Chinese. They were not needed. So what followed? What followed is that democratic picture of the world, view of the world that moves aside God absolute, immediately raises to other poles. This is man, and this is what Confucianism was about in nature. This is what Daoism looked for. As to the first component, Confucianism were exceptionally humane. We were thought to be enemies of superstition and humanists, but they never could be researchers and scientists in the European sense of the word and bring any fame. As they rejected the sky and the heavens and the earth, they seek to understand humans and society. This over sort of human focus in Confucianism would suppress any research beyond humans. And they are diagnosed as, and it's not for the last time in history, rationalism showed that it was less favorable for science than mysticism. In other words, as they've become unnecessarily humanistic, the basic worldview turned out to be anti-scientific, because the world beyond the relations between humans was not interesting for this doctrine at all. All the practices to improve and perfection ended in how to make public relations better. All this transformation ended in morality, and they didn't really they thought the world is good without any intervention. Knowledge, yes, it's there, but non-practical knowledge is far better. For Europeans, it was quite the opposite. Any knowledge was perceived, first of all, through the prism of practical application, and at the last, otherwise it was considered to be as having no value. Well, these transformations of reality, they first had to tame the reality with the use of the word. The word is presented as pure immobility that opposes dynamic life, and life that is enshrined in the word turns out to be dead. That's why Lao Tzu says that correct words are not elegant, and elegant words do not deserve our trust. For this reason, the authors of the treatise that is called Dao De Jing, and there were many authors, writes that Dao, which can be expressed with words, is not a constant Dao. The Orient is very passionate about failure to describe the world with words, and produces the culture of silence and another non-European languages. What does language have to do with it? It has direct bearing on what I'm talking about. There is French sinologist Jacques Jarnet. He was the one who explained this persistent inability of the Chinese to perceive Christian dogmaticism. Missionaries traveled to China many times. Jesuits worked there very actively. Beginning with the 16th century, they failed. So Jacques Jarnet says that ancient Greek or medieval scholastic philosophy simply could not develop based upon the Chinese language, because it doesn't have the verb be and the word being. Given this, it comes as no surprise that the concept of creation out of nowhere, which Catholic missionaries tried to promote in China, found no response in the Chinese. They could not understand how you could you create from nothing. I'm coming to an end of my presentation, or I'm trying to come to. In medieval China, and I like this history very much, this story very much, famous episode of the early 15th century. In medieval China, they took many expeditions into the open sea, just for the ceremonial purposes alone. As they did so, the empire showed its might and power and glory, and in the first quarter under the Ming dynasty, 5 expeditions like this were held. A great number of ships took part in it, and a vast number of people. Sometimes they would go into sea up to 25,000 people. And in principle, Columbus looks very pale and modest against this background, as we understand. Historical chronicles say that at that time, the Chinese could reach South Arabia and East Africa, but the researchers also point out that Vasco da Gama, who back in 1492 at his famous travel as he turned Africa, didn't find any traces of recent visits by the Chinese. The Europeans, during the great geographical discovery, is quite the opposite. They could have all kinds of motives rather than seeking to show off. They always had pragmatic interest, be it passion for power, for money, for asserting Christian faith, whereas the East and the Orient seemed to despise these things and never showed this boisterous impulse to conquer. I'm going back to Needham again. He writes that in point of fact, the Chinese culture was not expansionist or imperialist, and it was much sooner the opposite. Certainly, as Needham says, during 3 millennia, China remained an empire, but, he underlines, paradoxical as it might be, it was quite a non-imperialist empire. Those words he puts into quotation marks. Non-imperialistic empire. Well, this is why the Chinese, who had since 11th century compass, huge 4-mast junks vessels each of them could carry 1,000 men. The Chinese, Fernand Bardel writes about them. Retrospectively, we realize that they seem as somebody who had no equals. These Chinese first conquered by Europe on land and later on. While Europeans were creating their history, non-European cultures followed natural. History worked over them in the long run, And this again, Bordel, a quote from Bardel. Accumulation of discoveries that spoke about the conscientious will to conquer the world, growing interest for anything that is the source of energy, gave Europe, long before their final access, its true image and reasons for its supremacy. Expansion of European values that ended in the conquest of the world by the 19th century outplaced into periphery alternative idea of harmony with nature that is embodied in primitive cultures, including Oriental, and this victory decisively impacted relations between man and his natural habitat. Well, this is where I'm drawing your attention to two things. With time, we see many interesting things happen. Personal God, who generates man as a creator, with time leads to this man who is a creator starts thinking about whether he should really do without the God who created him. Secularization turns out to be the fate of the European culture, because man, who is always expanding the sphere of his competences, speaking in modern language, he faces a problem that has to do with God being in the way of such a man. And another point is inversion. This is the substitution. The Orient and the West change their places as China begins to excel once it masters European ways. And please don't tell me that they still have rigid Chinese specificity. It doesn't really cancel the facts that I would like to draw your attention to. In the long run, so what? The argument I suggest to you is that Christianity helps overcome religion, paradoxical as it may seem. Religion studies in France, Marcel Gachet, he calls Christianity a religion that helps exit religion. How can this happen? Due to Reformation and Martin Luther. Because renovated Christianity and Taylor prove it very convincing manner, and not only him, the Reformation helped secularize European culture. At that, I'm speeding up because time is implacable. This is where we're speaking about how the thought by Luther worked. You understand the most sophisticated question. It's hard to put it onto one slide, but may I draw attention to the problems over which Luther thought extensively. First of all, if man is making good deeds, should God accept them? If good deeds are enough for salvation, why is God needed? He begins to criticize traditional Catholic theology and brings something new. Theology of the new type, which minimizes or practically removes the role of the church as a mediator between God and church. Christian church, from its very conception, followed this purpose. From the very term religio, is originating from the word religio as link. It gave an uninterrupted link between the supreme God and the believer. In this case, the mediator is removed, and man deals with God immediately, directly. This is where he becomes free in many aspects, and that is why Protestant Reformation is also both time when we saw the birth of basic freedoms and rights that later were enshrined by European liberalism. I'm just skipping it, mentioning it in passing. Moreover, Christianity and Protestantism came with new public social relations, because this direct dialogue between man and God makes religious people to be more disciplined. He now has more rigid demands he has to follow. And therefore, in Europe, we see the emergence of a phenomenon that is called disciplinary state. Disciplinary state is a state which ensures those breakthroughs and success which I was referring to before. I'm almost done. if man finds out is on himself handling his relations with God, then church is not needed. If the church disappears, then God's prestige falls down, and then we find ourselves in a situation when God has died. They begin to look for it with a certain degree of success, but that doesn't cancel the triad of secularization: theism, deism that recognizes God but puts him into periphery, and atheism or secularism. We are just mentioning it in passing here. As I'm wrapping up with the question, Christianity is receding. Yes, in a certain way, yes, it is. In a certain way, yes, it is falling back, but in a certain way, no. The very fact that Christian church is going through difficult times in all of its images, this, in my view, is a process that is quite obvious. Different denominations try to leave these difficulties by different ways, with different degree of success. Catholic Church, which denounced Reformation by Luther, after almost half a millennium after Luther, has come up with its own kind of Reformation that is called Second Council of Vatican. The very fact that what Catholic Church did over itself, this operation brought it new life. Please mind on our God-saved Orthodox Church, which hasn't done anything like this. It never generated either Reformation or the Second Vatican Council. There were no analogues. So when we look at, with dismay and surprise, at certain aspects of social behavior by the Russian Orthodox Church, this is something we should bear in mind. It is somewhat stuck in time. It is somewhat stuck in epochs which, whether we want it or not, but are regrettably gone. And this is very good, not very good for the Church, but this is something we shall not discuss today. Wrapping up in an aphorism which I showed several years ago in this room, but in my view it's astounding. This is John C. Multi-Pete said to the snake, how many feet do I have, but I can catch up with you? I'm driven by natural motion. Can you change it, said the serpent, and what should I do with these multi-Pete's many feet? Thank you. That's it, colleagues. I don't want to take one single second from our discussion, so please we start Q&A. Marina, you begin. Andrei Alexandrovich, thank you very much for this presentation. It was very interesting. It certainly seemed to me very strange, this argument about God dying. I am a person with religious conscience. I cannot understand it. Marina, all questions then to Nietzsche, not to me. Yes, I will refresh it. I wanted to ask you, why did you compare Christianity and Daoism and Confucianism? It seems a priori. Marina, I'm sorry, you're putting me in a very uncomfortable position. I thought I showed quite graphically the main point of my deliberations. I tried to show that diverse ideas of the absolute, different paradigms, would produce different attitude towards the world. Judeo-Christian religion played a fantastic role here, very important. It helped Europe to become the leader of global development. Thus made a world such where Europe would play the main role, main fiddle, but later on it had to pay for it by saying things within this Christian religion where they had this idea to overcome. As to the Orient, I needed it to show that in absence of God as personality, who was present in Christianity, well, traditional China deprived them this chance. They lost the chance to also develop the world. Chinese had it all to become Europe in their own day, but it's only now that they're catching up and they want to become global leaders. They could have done it long before that. They didn't do it despite the fact that they had all the technical arsenal and armamentarium, but a certain understanding of the place of man in the world, certain structure of society, certain understanding of society, and as a result they stopped in their way. As an apology, I can point out that I understand. Well, I have regrettably no time to deliberate on my arguments. That requires a more fundamental talk. So what I just call it an etude, what I'm presenting you, just a sketch, just a small sketch. All your unhappiness and your questions, yes, I would be very happy to take them. Vadim Korostelyov, thank you very, very much. Andrei Alexandrovich, Probably you know a book, a riddle of the 14th century, Enigma of the 14th century. They're based upon documentary sources. It's quite clearly shown that it was not the paradigm that played main role in the lives of ordinary commoner, anybody who lived in Middle Ages. In this case, we're speaking about France, England, Germany, who at that time was just evolving, Italy, and so on. At that time, Sale and this simony, Sodom and Gomorrah, that the clergy, their aloofness towards the needs of the laymen, ownership of huge resources, and so on, let alone inquisition and persecution of science and people who engaged in science and research. This is where I would like to you as my teacher, well, Madam Stopet, I wanted to produce another argument that it was social practices by church institutions, not only Catholic Church in Europe. This is what brought about, they rejected much more people, and this rejection and neglect of the needs of common people, this is thorough simony and corruption, and the effect of the two popes that existed at that time. This is what really played a greater role rather than overcoming, which you focus upon in your presentation. Vadim, I find it strange. I agree with you. First of all, I agree, but I find it strange that you want to oppose these things. Ideas are not born out of the blue. Certainly, social practices help come up with wording of some ideas. Crisis of the Catholic Church at that time, we could say much. It was really horrific. Luther did not came into being out of nowhere. Luther was a Catholic monk, as it's known. He was an Augustinian and worked hard on the studies of Catholic doctrine. But, yes, certain events took place which didn't suit either him or many other people. And in this presentation, we are not dealing with this at all. The accents are on different matters, so we can. This is how I'm building this play. We are just focusing on putting our accents in different places. You can do the same as you, from the perspective that you suggest. This will also be very interesting, but that will be a reason for another presentation.
Маша. Спасибо большое.
Thank goodness, Maria Guleva from St. Petersburg. I risk now to show the depth of my ignorance, because I know very little about ancient Chinese philosophy, but the Needham's papers certainly I'm aware of in the outline, and never challenging him or the dilemma of Needham. I just wanted to say one thing. Here we see a certain problem about the cause and effect link. If we speak about polytheism and monotheism in Chinese culture, then we should understand that in China, the history of religion is much more sophisticated than absence of God in Confucianism or polytheism in Taoism. Again, this is where I risk to show my ignorance, but in China we saw the mytholization and demytholization and remytholization taking turns of the same character. If I'm not mistaken, Yellow Emperor Quan Li was first a god in one of the tribes who lived in the valley of the Yellow River of Yangtze. Then he becomes, for later generation, for a reunified China, the emperor that existed in the golden past, in the halcyon days, and this is Chinese ideal in the halcyon past. Then at a certain time, the Yellow Emperor again becomes a deity. A deity, this is very much simplified because I don't study with it. This is what my colleague Anton Serikhov works on it. Nevertheless, he could give it a much better story. Nevertheless, thus, out of the premises that ideal stays in the past, two effects follow. First, the absence of the need to turn away and to change things that we created by for our forefathers, and no need for deity, because our forefathers tell us how to believe, and deity is not needed. I think that this is something to add on and clarify, although I understand that your topic of your presentation was mostly about Europe. Maria, thank you very much. Maria, for that matter, is a specialist on China. So when she says, I don't understand anything, it is just a Chinese trick. And I suspected she would talk, and she was quite right. I quite agree with what you have to say, but I would repeat again. I have a quite defense here. I can always refer to not having the time to go deep into details. Moreover, dear colleagues, we could make the situation even more difficult. Maria and I also mentioned only 2 Chinese religions, but if you also include as a source Buddhism, which also produced a huge impact on China, then you would see even a more sophisticated growth, because this is where they have something different. It's non-Confucianism, no Taoism. It's a third, very different matter. And questions, Natasha Andrusenko? And we are wrapping up at that. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to ask a question. Thank you very much for this sketch. I liked it very much. My question is, you were saying that in Christianity it had a preset engine that initiated progress and development, but your personal opinion, what role was played in it? Albigenes heresy and its overcoming, because my personal viewpoint of the lay person, that after the arising of the Albigenes heresy, the Catholic Church had to oppose something, and this is where they came to this idea that nature, this book of the existence is written in the language of God, and we should research the world around us. Natasha, other than agree with you, I have no other way. Next time I will add it to this Albigenes, the heresy of Albi. Well, just colleagues, there's a huge number of plots, and I told you at the very start that if I had to focus more on what will be discussed by Dominika, nothing of that could be heard. I would discuss, for example, why the Catholic Church, after the Second Vatican Council, came up with this surprising thing as theology of liberation. In Orthodox Church, we have never had any analog of theology of liberation. And I would go with the comparison of Catholicism after the Second Vatican Council, because my PhD was written on the social doctrine of John Paul II, and I want to say that great attention was paid to this defeat of this theology with the former Pontific Ratzinger he did in Latin America that came up with this theology. But this is a conversation we sort of get, and so I have to apologize if there were some things you didn't like. Thank you. Yes, dear friends, I suppose now we have such a plateau of the seminar. You now have a different perspective on Andrei Alexandrovich Zakharov. He remains with us till the Sunday. So if you have any heresies, you can respond to them. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I just wanted, have a second of attention. I wanted to draw attention at one thing, that distinguished Dominika, for her today, it was a day of accomplishment, because please bear in mind that, first of all, for the first time she's in our country, now enigmatic country, and not only she traveled here, but she wanted to say something at this representative meeting as ours. It's really quite a challenge, as they put it, and the very fact how the expert coped with this challenge, I suppose it deserves special praise, and I want you to please thank our expert. Meeting adjourns.
Уважаемые коллеги, пожалуйста, занимайте места.
Will you take your seats, dear colleagues? Again, a minute to your attention, dear colleagues. I think we are going to have a very interesting lecture. And it's not because this lecture will be presented by the famous and prominent historian, one of the brilliant experts on Russian history. The matter is that Jutta, besides her capacity, is also quite an interesting person. So I would like to take part of some time of the session to tell very few facts that I know in her biography. You might have noticed already that she is the only expert who belongs to two countries already, and it's not accidental. She passed some specific life, so happened that Germany and France are both her home. And Mrs. Scherer asked me to adjust the agenda, and she is a historian, and she's not a director of the social sciences school. She's just a historian there, and Professor Jutta Scherer is a great friend to the school, and she's very much enthusiastic about the school, so belongs to the people who actually had started all that with the school, and cannot dare asking you how long do you know Lena and Yuri, and because I know that it is a very long story. And Jutta, sorry if I missed anything from your introduction, but all those things that are known to me, I have conveyed to the audience, and for me it's great an honor to sit next to you. Good evening. Thank you for very kind words. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here and speak before the students of the school. It's a great honor for me, and personally I'm very pleased. Lena and Yuri are one of the oldest friends. They are very closest friends in Russia. I never could work in the Soviet Union because of the political reasons. When I first came to Russia in 1987, I met Yuri and Lena, and since then we've been very close friends. And from the very start, from the very foundation of the school, I've been living the life of school with them. I actually shared the destiny of that school with them. And I would also like to say that the participants I met here make up the elite of a young generation of Russia. So I'm really very grateful to the school for all interactions and networking that I have, for all the information that I'm receiving from you, which I cannot get from media or books. And I would like to apologize for speaking English while I'm making my presentations, since it's only 2 days ago that I finished a very big work in English, and it's hard, to switch from one language to another just like that. But I'm certain that interpreters will do a good job, and you will be able to understand what I'm talking about and ask your questions.
The subject that I'm going to speak of is coming to terms with the past and the task of or the work of
to engage you with my presentation into a talk about generations and discuss with you to which degree a generation or several generations can contribute to the identity construction of a society, if not of a nation. Can a national cultural identity change from one generation to the next due to the different experiences and life expectations of a generation? And if yes, which are the factors with which a new, younger generation, as yours, for instance, can contribute to these changes? To which degree the political engagement of a generation or of an opposition can be decisive for the construction of a democratic political culture and a civil society. I will base my talk on the German post-war experience of coming to terms with the past as a work and a task of generations. My understanding of generation goes back to the German sociologist Karl Mannheim, who had been mentioned before, who first developed a generation theory in an article published in 1928. His point of departure were those whose common experience was the First World War and who were sometimes called the lost generation, and those who lived between the two world wars. In short, those whose actions and value systems were characterized by the accelerated phenomena of the convulsions of this period, of its particular political dynamics. Later sociologists like Pierre Bourdieu and Shmuel Eisenstadt and others developed the theory further. Today, historians as me, working on the Russian intelligentsia, use it in the sense of Mannheim and Bourdieu. In Russia, more recently, the sociologist Boris Dubin, the literary critic Sergei Zenkin, the historian Theodor Shanin started to make the generation theory known at the beginnings of the 20th of our century, and it is used now also very often in studying the generation of the intelligentsia. For the purpose of my paper, I consider that a generational context is given by a chronological simultaneity and a more or less common perception of events and reaction to them. The perception of events is based on the same experiences and challenges whose origins can be political and social transformations or radical changes, upheavals such as wars and revolutions. Let me start with some personal remarks. I grew up in Berlin, at first in the eastern Soviet part of the city, later in the western part. There was no other city in post-war Germany which was to such a degree marked, if not traumatized, by the Second World War and the aftermath of German National Socialism. The terrifying exposures and revelations of National Socialism, the division into East and West, the reality of the Cold War were nowhere in Europe better reflected as in Berlin. The Berlin Wall was just the most visible symbol of the Cold War. It was its utmost consequence. Growing up in such a city whose heritage reminds you day by day of the past and whose traces are, by the way, visible until today, Growing up in such a city made me aware at a rather young age of the presence of the past, of the presence of history in my life and later in my future, insofar that I became almost by necessity an historian. Already in our early youth, quite a few of us who grew up after the war wanted to know about the personal experiences of our parents and our families. We wanted to know from them how this all had happened. However, most of our parents and families did not want to talk. They did not want to remember, they kept silent. And when they spoke, it was about their personal losses, fathers, brothers, and sons who had died in the war or who had not come back from the war, which was my mother's case. They remembered their apartments or houses which were bombed, destroyed, or they remembered the eastern parts of Germany from which quite a few were expelled. In short, they were the victims of Hitler. The generation which took part in the war and who had been responsible for the rise of National Socialism and for Hitler's democratic election had basically only one interest after 1945: to rebuild their country, their homes and family lives, to go back to work as usual, and to produce material well-being. In creating the so-called economic miracle, the Wirtschaftswunder of the Federal Republic, they were occupied by the present and suppressed or repressed what they had known and seen, how they had behaved themselves, and what their part of responsibility had been. The psychoanalysts Alexander and Margaret Mitscherlich spoke of the Unfähigkeit zu trauern, the inability to mourn, a book which appeared in 1967 and became quite famous, and which Lev Gudkov mentioned in his talks some days ago concerning your actually constellation. Of course, there were individual personalities who openly discussed the past immediately after the end of the war. The philosopher Karl Jaspers, the Protestant theologian Karl Barth, the first president of the Federal Republic, Theodor Heuss, were among those who spoke of collective responsibility and, most of all, collective shame. Almost untranslatable concepts like Aufarbeitung der Vergangenheit, Prоработка прошлого, and most of all, Bewältigung der Vergangenheit, преодоление прошлого, in English, to come to terms with the past or to assume the past. These new words entered the post-war German vocabulary. These concepts were created and first used by some historians, some philosophers, sociologists, writers, and also by a few politicians, among them Theodor Heuss. But they did not enter immediately the public discourses. One could not find them in the school books of Adenauer's Germany. A generational change took place in the second half of the 60s. It was in particular the 68, my generation, which brought up the German past and its moral implications by accusing directly our parents' and grandparents' responsibility. It was a rather extremist or provocative attitude and concerned only small segments of our generation. But the repercussions were felt in numerous public debates, publications, literature, films, works of art, and they continue in some way or the other until today. The claim of some leading moral figures of the Federal Republic that the Prоработка прошлого should become a large societal engagement and that the German legacy of the history of the World War II and the Holocaust should become a part of the new German national identity and of the politics of history of the Federal Republic, presupposed, of course, governmental initiatives and educational instances, which I have no time to describe them here in detail. I published a longer article about this in Pro and Contra. Let me just underline that it was a very long and a very difficult way, marked by the political will to remember that the consensus of the German post-war society was obtained to admit that coming to terms with the past was the precondition for a democratic statehood and for Germany's integration into Europe. It needed the cooperation of several generations. For this purpose, among many other factors, contemporary history and oral history were already in the 50s introduced into the history departments as independent disciplines. Oral history of eyewitnesses became an ever more important element of political education and politics of memory. Survivors of the concentration camps were and still are invited to speak in schools about their experience. Former members of the German Wehrmacht, the army, who had taken a critical distance of their past, were invited to speak to pupils in schools. Thus, the generation of the eyewitnesses met with the youngest generation thanks to the intermediary role of the post-war generation. The transmission of knowledge and experience of the past is taking place from one generation to the next and to the overnext. And it is exactly this transmission of experience from one generation to the other which constitutes our historical consciousness and our historical responsibility, without which a civil society is not functioning. In other words, even the war generation or the Hitler generation, with its silence after 45, contributed indirectly through the intermediary of a new post-war generation which felt provoked by the silence of their parents. The war generation contributed to the building up of a new German identity. Of course, the youngest generation is not guilty for what the older generation had done, but it bears responsibility, which is not the same as guilt. Responsibility for this should never happen again. If I may come back for a moment to my own family history, my mother was already over 80 years of age when she started to speak and to remember what she had seen 50 years ago. 50 years there was silence. Without any doubt, the numerous public debates in medias, the impact of literature and arts, and probably most of all the factor of time and age had liberated her from her silence, her feeling of shame. A very important element for the generational work was and is education. In 1973, the President of the Federal Republic, Gustav Heinemann, supported by an industrialist, Körber, who became rich because he had invented the filter of cigarettes and created a Stiftung, a foundation which exists until today. They both initiated a competition in German history for college and high school students. Its goal was to arouse their interest for their own history and hereby create their responsibility. Without knowledge of Germany's history, it was impossible to come to terms with its past and to lay the foundation for a new generation of responsible citizens. Later, the history competition model was enlarged into a European history network called U-Story, which functions until today. In 1999, the Memorial Society introduced the model of the Kerber Foundation in Russia and started the first Russian competition for high school students all over the country on the topic Men in History, Russia in the 20th Century. When this model was extended to the Ukraine, and when I was appointed a board member of the Ukrainian History Committee, I prepared myself for this task in reading the first history competition works of the young Russians, which Memorial had made accessible to me in Moscow. I had already the occasion to speak in the Moscow School of Civic Education in Petersburg about my lecture of these materials. So please forgive me to repeat myself for a moment. It was absolutely amazing what this very young generation of Russians found out in doing research on abandoned buildings, historical monuments, or cemeteries. They went to archives and worked in libraries, discovered new facts, and found valuable documents in order to reconstruct the lives and fates of people and their individual stories. They did not concentrate on victories and achievements, but listened to the life stories of people who until then did not much speak about their past. They filled in the gaps in the history of their regions, which one would not find in any history book. I was overwhelmed by this lecture, and I was more than happy when I heard that the Russian history competition was celebrating its 15th anniversary of existence this beginning of July. Out of these local history competitions grew some international history youth projects. I just want to mention a common German-Russian project on graves of Soviet forced laborers and Soviet prisoners of war in Germany. The precise numbers of Soviet forced laborers and prisoners of war who died on German soil is not known right up to the present date. Most of the prisoners of war who died lie in anonymous mass graves. Many forced laborers and prisoners of war who were murdered in concentration camps or in Gestapo prisons have no gravesite at all. Projects like this, who bring together young Russians and Germans to reflect on the common past, are, in my eyes, the best guarantee to overcome the political difficulties and tensions of the older generations. Let me come back to Germany. 25 years have passed since the fall of the Berlin Wall. Ever new publications based on archival materials, very often from the Stasi, and materials of oral history of eyewitness remind until today of Germany's other or second totalitarian state. In 2010, an initiative called the Third Generation of East Germany was founded by those who called themselves the children of the last real citizens of the German Democratic Republic. That means the children of the generation who was born, not the children, it means the generation who was born between 1975 and 1985 in the German Democratic Republic and who grew up there. The designation, the third generation of East Germany, is of course a sociological construct. It presupposes the existence of a second and a first generation. The second generation are their parents, who were already born, socialized, educated in the German Democratic Republic, and who were working there. The first generation were the grandparents, the war generation, who were the founders of the German Democratic Republic after 45. The goal of this group, which exists in forms of rather small networks all over the 5 new East German Bundesländer, is to study the past, the present, and the future of their 2.4 million age cohort, and to compare them with the same age group who was born in the western part of the country. You have here the opposition of Ossis Wessis, a term you know also in Russian. One of their main questions is how the last German Democratic Republic generation was and still is reacting to the societal, economical, and political changes due to the reunification of the two Germanys. In short, how they react to the transition from socialism to capitalism. Let me remind you that the unemployment rate of this age group or generation from the former German Democratic Republic is with 19%, almost twice as high as the one of the same age group in the western part of Germany. Official German statistics, as conducted by the Statistical Office of the Federal Republic, do not any longer differentiate between Germans from the East and the West. Therefore, the newly founded group, the third generation of East Germany, is also looking for its statistical identity, which covers also those of the third generation who in the meantime left for the western part of the Federal Republic. Another very important and interesting point is that in some way this new generational group of former East Germans follows today the example of the West German 68 generation who had accused their parents for having ignored their Nazi past. Actually, the third generation of East Germans is asking their parents critical questions about what they had done in their GDR past. They push their parents to consult the Stasi archives. And some also confront their parents with the question why in 1989, after the fall of the war, they did not have favored a third way, a democratically reformed German Democratic Republic, a question which became redundant with the reunification of Germany in 1999. This initiative of young Germans is by far not such an important movement as was the West German 68 generation. And most of all, they do not argue with the high moral tone which was justified by the National Socialist crimes. But interestingly enough, in 2012, 10% more former GDR citizens consulted the Stasi archives in wishing to go back to know something about their past and how they were denunciated. So if immediately after the fall of the war, the so-called civil rights activists determined the discourse about the East German Unrechtsstaat, the lawless state, the tone now is given by their successor generation. I choose these examples of the two German dictatorships to remind that much time is needed to overcome and to assume important historical breaks, and then it takes several generations to come to terms with the past, if ever one comes to terms with the past. I did not mention the German examples here as a lesson for Russians. the German way of coming to terms with the past is not a model for others. Each country has its own history and its own way to integrate and only learn from you. But as an historian of your country, I take the liberty to remind you of the rich heritage which generations of Russians created for laying the foundations of a civil society. Alone in my life experience as an historian and visitor in Ljubitelj of Russia, I had the chance to meet personally representatives of the generation of the 60s, the Šestidesiatniki, of the generation of the dissidents and human rights defenders, of the generation of those who believed that the perestroika was releasing democratic and liberal values and hopes, and who tried to realize them at the beginning of the Yeltsin era and some until today. I also met different generations of the Russian immigration in Western Europe and the United States. The experiences of those generations of Russians, their convictions, their political as well as their cultural and philosophical engagement cannot replace your own experience and your own life expectations. But I'm sure that you can build on their heritage, of which I myself, if I would be Russian, would feel very proud. Whichever way Russia is going in the near or not so near future, and the last days of this seminar showed a rather catastrophic picture. Nobody can take away what entire generations have achieved. It is perhaps the advantage of the historian in comparison with the political analyst that we think and argue in terms of longue durée, of long time evolution, which leaves us more space for hope. Thank you for your attention.
Большое спасибо, Юта.
Thank you so very much, Jutta, for this very, very important presentation. We continue to deliberate, as what we did throughout today, about thinking over our past and indeed blending our past into our own identity, coming to terms with our history. Questions and comments? Inna will start. Let me say in brief that we are all very fortunate to welcome Jutta here. And to me, I have read Jutta's articles and works, and she is an extremely humble person. But because I'm a curious person myself, and I can glean a lot of information about her in the different literature sources. I know that she worked with Georgy Florovsky, the great Russian name. Have you ever spoken with him about memory? He must have thought a lot about the motherland that he left behind. Could you, was there anything that he ever evolved on this? Florovsky, let me tell you, is the author of a monumental work which is called The Pathways of the Russian Theology, which blends together the pathways of the Russian history, culture. It appears to me this is one of the best works devoted to the spiritual history of Russia. Florovsky emigrated to France and then to the United States. When I was in Harvard, he was there the professor of the divinity school or the theology department of the Harvard University, and I was a student of the Russian Studies Center, and at that time this was a very politically positivist center. It seemed to me we had to, for instance, study how many of the Central Committee members were of proletarian or peasant background. This was a 100% positivist school, and this was about how the Soviet system functions, and the people of literature, men of letters, had a different status, and I, as a foreigner with a fellowship, I had an opportunity not to take all of the courses of this Russian Research Center, and I could work with Florovsky. And we had 3 students. This was by far not an apology. We were in the state of Cold War with Russia, and we had to study how the Soviet Union functioned, and not the history. And Florovsky, when we became friends, as you know, he belonged to the so-called Eurasian group, but he did not much want to talk about this. This had been his past, and to him the past was past. The past was history. And the most interesting thing is that Russian intelligentsia was also history. I started working on my doctoral dissertation under his supervision. I wrote about the Russian intelligentsia, and then I worked with others, but I never met another person who had such a profound and indeed brilliant knowledge of the history of the Russian intelligentsia. And he never spoke about religion or the orthodoxy. This was a separate topic. This is not something that he was prepared to discuss. Nail Barlangul from Ufa, from Bashkortostan. After World War II, about 20 years after World War II, the surge of left-wing terrorist organizations surge in West Germany, and people working for leading quite a bourgeois life go for this urban guerrilla. What was the source of this process? I'm not sure I understood your question. You said 25 years after World War II. Did you say? And do you think that there were a lot of radicals? No. This was a very small movement. This was a very small faction. These were people of my generation, it is true, of my generation of 1968. And as you said, they were quite radical, very left-wing, very radical, and they wanted to destroy the world around them. But there was another part of this same generation, which both in France and in California and in Germany, who wanted to change the university structures and to change the authoritarian structures in the society. And when I say when I speak about that part of the population who wanted to learn from our parents what they could do. The radical group took a different path. And the problems with Iran were already felt. You might remember the first and the last Shah of Iran. And there were great protests. It would be interesting to see how this generation acted in Germany and France. We're neighboring countries, and we had different approaches. Roman. Oh, you're not Roman. Vadim. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes. Vadim Korovin from Pskov. We all know about the two great examples, 1945 and 1989, the great two episodes. But what other legal, social, or cultural consequences were, or what efforts were taken by the German society, or else the elites and the state that could influence the change in the Germans' mentality? Thank you. I do not know. I can't tell you. I think the most important thing was that there were many people from the West Germany, and especially that the Grundgesetz was not changed. But Madame Silke Temple spoke to me in a private conversation and said that our constitution is the best that we have. And what I would like to, I may not be answering your question quite coherently, but even now there is the difference between the Ossis and the Wessis. And for the people from the East Germany, they still cannot accept that they had to take up the responsibility. They had to take so much from the West Germany because they had their culture, their literature, their ways of life, lifestyle, associations, civic sector, and system of relationships. And from one day to another, they heard that you lived wrongly, that the only important thing is our Western example. And this certainly plays a role. Not everywhere. I wouldn't want to exaggerate this. But this this can be viewed. My best friend, to my best friend's daughter, to her, I'm a Wessie. I'm not too much of a Wessie because I live in France, but these categories are still there in the mentality. They still work, and there is nostalgia. that the past had been better than their present. And nobody wants to get back to the GDR, but I think this is something that you might feel on the example of the current day Russian mentality. Frau Jutta, thank you so very much for this session. I'm Artur Rudakov from Rostov-on-Don. In Russia, the consequences of totalitarianism are close to what Germany lived through. But even though the Stalin's repressions and the Soviet history were criticized, Russia did not work its past, and we even see this rollback. And there are few families in Russia that were untouched by Stalin's terror. Why does this happen? Well, we lost the war, and that was easy. Everything was destroyed. Your question is very easy to answer. If we had to start from scratch, if we had to start with scratch, with Germany lying in the ruins, when you had the Allied armies with bayonets who want you to base and found a democratic structure, I think it is much easier. I won't say that for the Germans it was easy. Almost there is hardly any family in Germany which almost nobody agreed with the Nuremberg trial. But indeed, gradually, people got used to it, to this, and I think that the Americans had a huge propaganda work, and not just propaganda, but also educational work. They set an example and they started giving the stipends for the young Germans to study in America. They founded in West Berlin the Free University of Berlin, and they financed this undertaking. And they indeed normalized the relations between the United States and Germany. There was a lot of exchange. Almost 3 and 4 years after the war, people started to travel between the two countries. And these the great will of the Western political circles and the Western politicians meant a lot to rebuild Germany and to indeed get rid of the National Socialist nightmare, which only lasted in Germany for 12 years, whereas Bolshevism lasted here for 70 years, and the GDR had 40 years of the communist rule, which makes a world of difference. When I speak to the East Germans, to my friends in East Germany, I can see that 40 years is a lot more than 12, and 70 is a lot more than 40. So, because this was quite conspicuous, that the catastrophe of Germany was so conspicuous, so our cities were in ruin, they were in shambles. Of course, the Soviet Union was also devastated, but you could always say that this was the Germans who destroyed us. We had to say that this is our fault, that we are to blame. And on a psychological level, this is something that gives us more ability to work through our past. And there were a lot of legislative initiatives. there was a will on the part of the young people to build a democratic Germany. And these foundations and the institutions that we speak about, which have survived in Germany up until today, they still have this this value. It is not just about. So in a way, it is a political or moralistic thing, and this was also a somewhat American influenced model because. Before the war, Germany had very strong scientific foundations, but not political or ethical, so to speak. And the Americans did that for Germany. And I think that this is what the East Germans must have borrowed. Olga Fadeeva from Yugra, Tumen. I'm very thankful for your statement that responsibility is not the guilt. So it is the recognition of errors or mistakes and not penance, which is extremely important to me. And what is today's the reason for the resurge of the nationalism in so many countries of the world, irrespective of their state arrangement? Could you repeat the last phrase of your question, please? The reason for the upsurge of the nationalism in both the authoritarian and democratic societies of today. Well, it's a question to a political scientist. It is hard for me to consider this. But what I could say is that I live in France and in Germany. In these countries, there are tendencies for the nationalist tendencies, it is true. And the experts say that this is a result of the economic crisis. Probably so. But I cannot say for sure if this is the cause. I can only make a suggestion that those generations which, or our parents who were responsible for what had happened, we had a great task to combat the new nationalism and the surge of this new nationalism. Another thing is that this will
possibility to intervene.
Так, продолжаем.
Martina, would you like to ask a question? Martina Kwiatkowska, Poland. I'm alumnus of 2011. Should I speak a bit louder? After I spoke about the projects of Polish Russian projects, Alexander from Crimea came to me and said that it is very important to start tripartite projects: Russia, Ukraine, Poland. And I entirely agree with you, Alexandra, because I think that Germany worked with Poland for many years to try and get better understanding of between the Poles and the Germans, and for the new generations to be free from the terrible burden of our common past. I think that Poland and Russia have a long way a long path. I think that what we're seeing in Ukraine today deals and concerns both the Russians, the Ukrainians, and the Poles. And during your presentation, I deliberated a lot about this Polish-Ukrainian Russian dialogue. What topics could be considered during such a discourse? This is a question to you as a historian who has been dealing with this part of the world, and as a German who has made this tremendous work with its historical memory.
In English, the first achievement of Germany was without any doubt to establish a friendship or good neighborhood relations with France. And it was really the task of the Adenauer Federal Republic to establish contacts with de Gaulle and with France. And later, when Merkel came to the government, she said from the very start she wants to achieve with Poland the same good relation which Germany has with France. And I think these relations are working quite well. At least when I'm in Berlin, I see so many Poles there, and not economic Poles who come there to work, but who are represented in the scientific institutions and who work there. And as you remember, France, Germany, and Poland established a three-party connection or contact, the Weimar Dreieck, to meet each other and to consult each other. Now I think that Poland is playing a very important role concerning the relations to Ukraine, and Poland can only be helpful. And I very much hope that something will work out. But on the other hand, but this is a very personal opinion, your Minister of Foreign Affairs is a rather tough man and quite, as I understand, perhaps I'm mistaken, quite anti-Russian. And I think we can go along only with discussions and not with brutality and not even with sanctions. But this is my personal opinion. We have to see what we can do. I was very often in Ukraine in these last years, but most of all in the western part. And I was amazed about the intense connections between people from the University of Lviv or Lemberg, Lvov, with Poland. And they all spoke Polish. And they went to Warsaw or to other Polish cities to study there. They got fellowships, and Poles came to Ukraine. So this worked already. At least I can always only speak about the sphere where I'm active. But I think there were also other contacts between engineers and medical doctors and so on. This should be pushed along. This should go further, much further, and with Russians together, of course. How this is possible today, I have no answer.
Антон, пожалуйста.
Anton Petrov, St. Petersburg. It's a very important subject matter today, and you to thank you very much that you talk to us again about the past. My idea, I'll tell you my idea, and I want your comment. There is a book published by Peter Esterházy, a Hungarian writer, who had a novel, Sky Harmony, about his father, what a nice man he was. and how he was humiliated during the communist regime. And this book was published. And then it turned out that his father worked for special services of the communist regime in Hungary since 1957. And he was responsible for people who were sent to jail, and some of them lost their life. And then he made a second, corrected his book, and he added his ideas rather while he was reading all this, and he describes all his tears when he found out about his father, about the events that happened to him, and he learned the second part of the truth, and how he tried to save himself from his father, to reunite with him later. This was a very interesting subject matter, and this relates to the past in Hungary. I apologize for this book was published in Новое литературное обозрение. This is a Hungarian subject. In Russia, we also have to deal with the past. Radzinsky has a book named Stalin, and tears were shed not by the son, but by someone who was liberated from the camp, who walks with his case along the square and sees children's feet, and he said, I started crying and forgiving. And then we know that nothing changed in the Soviet society. He saved, although he was the victim. He forgave, although he was the victim. In Hungarian case, it was difficult. Can you comment upon this in any way?
It was very read in Germany, but a long time ago, some 20 years ago. I couldn't read it to the end. It was so long, so heavy, as everything which is written by Esterhazy. But the story he describes, I can tell you only from people close, more or less close to me, can tell you at least 10 examples of this kind of. Many people found out that their fathers had collaborated with the Stasi, and in East Germany, entire families broke down because they found out that their wife was denunciating them, or the other way around, and things like that. Recently, a very good friend of mine from the Central European University in Budapest, they discovered that he also had worked tiny little bit for the Securitate, and it was an enormous scandal. I think we should be careful to evaluate who did really a criminal act, or who was just playing a secondary, tertiary role in the denunciation system. Do not forget, in Eastern Germany, they had 100,000 collaborators of Stasi for a country of 17 million inhabitants, which was 10 times more than in Nazi Germany. With this, I don't want to belittle Nazi Germany, but in countries where you have so many informants, and everybody is approached to do this and this, I think we cannot come to peace and live in peace if we think of everybody, he was a spy and perhaps he did this and this. It was rightly done after the reunification that the persons who were really implicated in big denunciations and crimes and so on, that they lost their jobs. And this happens in other countries also. I think it happened in Poland. It happened also in Hungary in the beginning at least. Russia is another story. It was also much easier for Germany after the reunification. They just replaced East German functionaries by West German functionaries. They spoke the same language, they had the same culture, this was very easy. With whom could you or would you have replaced your cadre after 91? You had to work with the same people. And in other East European countries, too, to a certain degree. So I always think in building up new political cultures, new civil societies, we have also to have a certain pardon, a certain pardon, a certain recognition that things are like this and we are not perfect. It depends, of course, of the involvement of a person into criminal activities. But you cannot just denounce everybody around you.
Тем не менее, коллеги, книгу
The book «Небесная гармония» or Sky Harmony, you can read it. It's very good. Nina. Dear Mrs. Chair, thank you very much for your presentation. As to the memory of generations, historic memory, I'd like to hear your opinion about the existence of the state institution, the institution of national memory in Poland. I think that's the way it is called. It deals with publishing, research, working in archives, giving out materials. Do you think this institution is necessary, or the state policy should not be a historic policy?
Polish friends here in this school, I would think it's very necessary, and it is doing a very good job. I know some people who work there. As I also think that it was very good that these kind of institutions are working in East Germany, and that entire research institutions are doing research how the systems function and how all this came about. But one thing is doing research about the functioning of these systems, and the other thing is denunciation. And there I would be, of course, I'm a historian, I'm a university person, and you could call me naive, or those who are implicated in political work. But I think I would make this difference. By the way, if I may add, I'm very impressed about what is being published here in Russia since the 90s. If one wants to know about the functioning of the Soviet system, one can know everything. The publication of archival material is more important here than in East Germany. It was an immense work what young or younger historians did in your country. The problem and the drama is it did not go into the public, and it did not even go into school books. But you have lots of information. You can be informed. Would you need, as the Poles and the Czechs and the Germans, a special institute for this? I'm not so sure. As I said before, I think also every country has to find its own way to come up with the past, and also its own way to develop politics of memory or politics of history. By the way, politics of history in the German use of the word does not mean at all politics coming from above. It means much more that the civil society and the different groups of the civil society are contributing to this. And the same is true for France.
Yuri Labunov, Bryansk. I would complain to you on a German who frightens me. That's Remarque. He described Germany and simple people in Germany in the period between the wars. And now it's horrible to read Remarque again. He's not a political analyst. He didn't make any analysis. He simply described people, and what he described, unfortunately, I see in my environment. Am I wrong in being afraid? Do you note similar moments between Germany of that time and Russia of the present time?
It's a very long time ago that I read Remarque. And I must say, tell you, I read him in the context which I described before, when Karl Mannheim had developed his generational theory about the war generation. And Remarque is not present to me that I could answer your question. But I do not think, not only I do not think, but I'm convinced that there will be no war between Germany and Russia because of Ukraine and because of nothing. I think, and by the way, I'm also convinced that neither the British or the French government are going into this direction. But Germany are upset what is happening in Ukraine. We heard this from Madame Temple. But Germans are so profoundly still impressed by the war and by our guilt and our responsibility. Nobody will go there for war. And by the way, it's interesting, Rainer Maria Remarque's book was re-edited now because in Germany, as in France and as in Russia too, there are many, many celebrations or memories of the First World War. So he is read again. But I do not know who reads him and with which interpretation they read him.
Но из вопроса из вашего, Юрия, мне показалось, что вас больше пугает свое собственное окружение, чем Ремарк все-таки, потому что...
It seemed to me that you are more afraid by your environment and not by Remarque. Probably we shall ask someone else. Konstantin Krylov from St. Petersburg. Question to a historian. Criminal prohibition for denunciation of Holocaust. Is it good for fighting neo-Nazism? Because when you make criminal punishment, the academic community cannot fight those who negate Holocaust. And now we have a certain forbidden fruit, and you can easily catch these fruit people who are not in the know. Criminal prohibition against Holocaust, does it help to fight neo-Nazism, or it makes it more complicated?
It was practically not possible for Germany to reconstruct its post-war identity without taking the heaviest distances from Holocaust. And it was absolutely obligatory to introduce laws against people who denied the Holocaust. By the way, France did this too. and other countries too. Germany was not alone. But since everything started from Germany and Germans are the main responsible for all this, one could not have done this without. That there were neo-Nazi groups, this was unavoidable. And to my great regret and sadness, there's even one German member in the new European Parliament who comes from a neo-Nazi group. This has to do with these stupid German laws that every group in Germany could elect people and send them to Brussels up to 3%. The problem, but there I'm not competent enough, Madam Temple could say this better, is several years ago the government tried to forbid the neo-Nazi party. And our highest legal board said it was not possible because of infiltration into neo-Nazi parties by spies from the government and so on. Now there is a new initiative to forbid them. The problem is what many specialists are saying, you forbid them and they reconstitute themselves tomorrow under a new name. I think you can fight these groups only with democratic institutions, with prosvещение, with initiatives from the society. And you have to start in schools. There's another problem in Germany, but also in France, that young people are now going as soldiers to Syria. And these are not people of Islamic origins. These are Germans or French. And this is for all our societies a terrible problem. How can we, with educational means, combat these facts? But this is another story.
Еще один вопрос из Польши. Прошу, Александр.
One more question from Poland. Alexander from Poland.
But that I come back again to some nuances of Polish-German relations, historic relations. And I would like to come back to your words about responsible but not guilty. And also, how do you assess how society in Germany assess the activity of Union of Deported, I don't know how to say it in English, well, by Erika Steinbach. And how do you think, what's the opinion in society, do this union should be directed more into acknowledgement of horrors and tragedy of deported people, or rather be seen in the broader context? And another question, for example, in this case, would governments, post-war governments of Czech Republic and Poland also should be somehow regarded as responsible of what happened? Okay, thank you.
I said most of all that the youth is not responsible and not, I'm sorry, is not guilty, but is responsible. Of course, the generation of my fathers was guilty. And it was right that we had these processes, not only in Nuremberg, but in Frankfurt, the big Auschwitz processes, and so on. What concerns the initiative group of Madame Steinbach, I was more than opposed to it. Perhaps not everybody knows what it is, but these are former Germans who lived in former times or before the war in eastern parts of Germany, which became Polish. And they founded after the war memorial groups. Some were quite naive and they just cooked what they had cooked before in these regions, and they dressed like it. But some, and quite important ones in the Adenauer Germany, wanted to get these territories back and were extremely against Adenauer's, Willy Brandt's Ostpolitik. Steinbach just left, you have heard this, this union, and this union doesn't play anymore such an important role. And I think that one can really say that it is totally acknowledged in Germany, the eastern frontiers with Poland. I read nowhere, in no serious journal, I hear in no serious political discussions that these frontiers are put into questions. There was a little difficult time immediately after the reunification. People from Eastern Germany did not agree with this. But these were, for the biggest part, extremists. And I think this is over, the recognition. Czechoslovakia, Sudetes, is more complicated. And there you have also organizations, most of all, of course, in Bavaria, but because there are the frontiers, who still have a very strong nostalgic attitude. And when I say nostalgic, it's a very nice word. Sometimes they are much stronger oriented. But I think that the general German political attitudes and the main political parties do not go into this direction. Not only I think, I know, they do not go into this direction.
Я думаю, что последний вопрос, коллеги, у нас.
The last question we are going to ask who? Marina. Marina Ilyushenko, Khabarovsk. A specifying question. Yuta, tell me why conditions of building of democratic society in Germany was reconsidering by the post-war generation of the heavy experience of the Germany in the time of the Second World War. Why? I don't know how to respond. This is obvious. What will you do? If you live in a destroyed country, if your father never came back, I didn't know in my family any man. They were killed. So why? So the question is why it happened. It was a natural question. What was there? I lived in the eastern part of Germany till 2014, and there was propaganda that we made this war, and due to Russians, we suffered, and now we are going to build a democratic republic, and we were quite young. Young children, we believed into this. We were enthusiastic about it. We thought that the Russians liberated us. And the more so that our parents didn't tell anything to us. Colleagues, I think you've had a wonderful chance to see that Yuta Scherer is not a wonderful specialist, but he is a charming interlocutor and a very interesting person. And at the beginning, we praised our efforts not in vain. Yuta comes to us, she gets a Russian visa, and this is wonderful. We hope that this is the way it's going to be. Let us thank our expert Good appetite to you all.
Коллеги, я прошу вашего внимания.
Dear colleagues, I call this meeting to order. We continue our work. Dear colleagues, please look at this woman in the Presidium. Lena, tell us, what is the name of it? Well, it turns out that we found out that they also were awarded those medals and orders and just not wearing them. I received it today, and I must say I'm very happy. When last year I was awarded Gaidar Prize, I repeated a phrase that was once was written in her Facebook by Ira Yesena. She wrote about all international awards and orders. She says, twice the hero of the non-Soviet Union. Now I'm also, I have the prize named after Gaidar, so I'm also having relation to the Polish delegation will translate it. It's also called Cavalier's Cross. It also says for establishing civic relations between Russia and Poland. And this is true, and I'm very proud. And this is a good order. Please take a look. Tomorrow we shall put it into the box, but today, you can see, let everybody admire it. Lena, can we ask you to get up so that anybody could see you and the order in all beauty? Well, this is the Polish president wrote me a letter. Well, it's a great pleasure, really. Do you know his name? Whom? The president? Do you? I won't tell you his name. Lena, so now we hope that after this wealth of orders, now the Russian state will show jealousy, and they will increase the fine, you mean? No, not. They will decrease the fine. So I thank you very much. I apologize before all those who spoke in the sessions before that, because indeed I could not attend. I do hope you were all pleased, you liked it, it was interesting, but I honestly apologize before you. It is one and only event. So I very strongly wanted to make earlier but the traffic jam is so bad that I could not. It might be that I might not be on time to attend this session. So this is our traditional session, which is very important for us, a very fundamental importance, matter of principle for us, for the school, and for all those students who attend the school. And I'd like to say that both to Arseny and to Sasha, that this is something that you do not know. This is a new class. And the seminar today, they will tell you it all themselves. Sorry, what I want to remind you that we have here the people who created a remarkable organization called the Memorial. which has worked for many areas and even defends today the activity in human rights. They're also human rights activists. But what they are restoring the memory and getting from oblivion the names of people and bring back the memory which stops being nameless, devoid of its name, which gains, and this quantity gains a new name now. And our society in the early 1990s, as I saw it, was ready at that time to accept something and to somehow talk about our past. I do not know what has happened. Probably historians will tell us what it was. But our society turned out to be unable to translate this emotion into simple words such as state crime, and to write it in the textbooks for first graders or sixth graders, I don't know, when they begin to study history. For only this reason, so that the teacher, just in a regular school, should not be shy saying that this is exactly the state that put its own nation, its own people under these conditions, and then and made them show the worst features of human character. And all the cultures are age-long attempts to go away from what happened within the country. So I would like the students of this seminar should hear, first of all, the assessment of what took place then, and also should hear about what the memorial does. Because this is the only, basically, organization in this country that is doing the work for the whole nation. The nation will make use of this work. It is never too late, but today they are doing it on their own. They are alone. This is what I want to single out when we see people who set up this memorial society. That's it. Thank you. We, Alexander Yulich and I, we divided our presentation into two parts, but we shall speak not about the topic society and history, although it certainly will be represented in this presentation, but we'll discuss historical policy and historical memory. These are the two topics we shall focus on. I shall mostly focus on the first, and Alexander Yulich will focus mostly on the second topic. We won't try to detain much of your attention, because I feel terribly sorry for you, because you have been around since morning and it's every day. And certainly you must be very tired, but nevertheless, the subject is not that simple, although we'll try to explain it in plain language. We don't want to be very long in our presentations. We hope that in part 2 we shall speak and we shall take your questions, and I hope that 40 minutes for the two of us. So please bear with us and show patience. So I would like to begin my presentation and start a conversation about historical policy. What is it all about? We don't, either of us, understand what it is, and some 30 years ago this term did not exist at all. Nowadays the world has agreed that in each country there is its historical policy. There are many diverse and various definitions. I'll translate it into the most plain language of all and give you the simplest definition, so that this is something that you should accept easily without some specialist jargon. Historical policy, it's this kind of purposeful effort by the state, and the system of purposeful efforts by the state, which, as a result of which, an image of the past should be created in such a manner that today's country's state, meaning the authority, are happy with. When the authorities, this is when they say the state in Russian, they mean basically the authority. What are they doing it? They're doing it, first of all, to serve their own purposes today. This is what historical policy is about. And what is it manifested in? What are the forms in which it exists? This is all very simple. This is all these, for example, erection of monuments, all kinds of monuments. And you immediately think, to whom are they erecting monuments? And who are those people to whom they do not erect monuments? And this is actually manifestation of historical policy. Memorial plaques. Who gets honored by those memorial plaques and who does not? In whose it is the names of the streets and everything is given, and whose honor they're not very keen, they're reluctant to give their name to. And, or for example, what are the memorial days sort of are commemorated by the state? What new commemorative dates are introduced, and which commemorative dates are not celebrated? It's quite certain that the highest point of historical policy is manifested in school textbooks. This is where they purposefully set up a certain image of the past, which veterans are supported by these authorities and which are not. Which laws are adopted, for that matter, on historical topics, if they are at all adopted, and which institutions are created and which are not accepted, or not created, or not adopted, or say state programs. When we try to cover it all, there's a complete scale to draw it from left to right, and to the right write the facts about, I do not really know what to say our own Russian or any other history of any other country. You would understand that there is certainly a system about it all, and this system in its totality represents the historical policy. This is the creation of the past that today's authorities are happy with. Let's look at it from the perspective of what the memorial do. This is what Elena Mikhailova mentioned in her presentation just a couple of minutes ago. This is through the perspective of state and political terror. State political terror. Or political terror by the state. If we look at the Soviet political terror, then its scale is not that mythological which we hear of, but it's still immense, immense. We have in Russia a law about rehabilitation, means rehabilitation politically, but it is pretty much narrow in its treating who would suit the notion of being acknowledged as and recognized as the victim of political terror. So if we look at the former Soviet Union, not at Russia alone, then we, during the history of Soviet power, had direct victims of political terror, approximately 11 to 12 million people. It is not a small figure. Out of these 11 to 12 million people, a million, slightly over a million, I do not want to dwell upon statistics of the terror, where I'm actually a specialist to certain. May I give you the most general notions of this scale, sort of slightly over a million, 100 million, 200,000 are people who were shot, executed at the verdicts of different judicial and non-judicial orders. And about another 4 million people were sent to Gulag camps. And another, again, it's 4.5 maybe, and say 6 million and something were people who, in general, were not tried on their individual accusation, but but they were tried what they call summary trial, and they were deported in labor camps. They were forcibly evicted from where they stayed and were sent somewhere, usually to the north or to Siberia, to Kazakhstan, and settling with their families. A classical example of these last category would be mass deportations of people from Eastern Poland, which later was called in this country, what did we call it? Western Ukraine and Western Belarus in 1940, 1941, and from the Baltic republics. They were also, again, the countries that were taken in 1940. It's about 400,000 people, approximately. These are mass deportations of nations, of peoples in 1943, 1944. And this is mass deportation. There are hundreds of thousands and millions of people, and so on and so forth. These people are slightly over 6 million. All in all, we have a figure, an immense figure, as you can see, 11.5 approximately, maybe almost 12 million for sure. And this is where you cannot forget that the victims of political reprisals also include people, over 5 million people, who were deprived of election rights immediately after the revolution in the first 20 years of the Soviet rule. They were called lishenцы, means that they were deprived of their rights. That was reflected in the first Russian constitution of 1918, and that was restored only back in 1956. So, 36, sorry. So over 5 million people, they were not just deprived of rights, it had certain other implications. Or, for example, to the question which categories again should belong here or may belong here. Or, for example, those who died from artificially induced hunger of 1932-33, and you probably know the scale of that famine is at the minimum 6 million people. Over half in the Ukraine. It was certainly artificially induced, and that leaves no doubt. The scale of the terror is huge. How could this terror, how could this terror function? I'm not speaking about a memory, it's a separate story. In the historical policy of the state, this grandiose event, which was accompanying us during all the years of Soviet rule, and which to a great extent influenced and shaped our Soviet, Russian, which are hard to distinguish, these two notions here, mentalities, with all the reflections and fears. And so this immense event, how is it reflected in historical policy? Let us follow that historical scale, remember, which I mentioned when I shall describe its parameters. Let me begin with the simplest, say, support of the veterans of Gulag. Do you know which amount under our law was paid as a compensation to former prisoners of the camps? Do you have a slightest idea about that? Let me tell you. Former prisoners of the camps, according to the law that is still in effect and has not yet been amended. It was adopted in 1991 when the country was impoverished. The law said the following: those who were exiled and got into labor camps where the conditions were very much